Cancel. He'd have been on that one, and then my buddy from Ohio with his friends would have come up. We probably would have had a lot more people left.
Well, I ran out of time.
All right.
Since I'm here,
Let's get
absolutely.
yeah, let's get scooting. Go ahead and grab either bring your own stuff or grab a hawk and knife out of the bag up there. And Thane, I suspect. Hey Thane, you're good.
I'm Chris.
If you didn't bring indoor shoes with you, would you ask me?
Oh, okay.
I will take those off.
There
should be.
As long as you get it. I thought this was bigger than outside.
These are actual.
Wait, what? I do 4 more than
And they are literally ready to get started. Okay. So just layer the stuff in. You've got puppies, but yeah, bring your stuff in here. This one's mine.
Yeah,
your fighting stuff. This one's mine. So go ahead. I have my assurance.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're pushing for a little extra length.
Yeah, that's good too.
Nah.
Yeah.
Alright.
Knowing me, because my hoops, everybody will show up and will run.
Hey, if that happens, it happens. But these are the only ones registered. So if it's the people who come in, who walk in and pay at the door, then they get your 11 and that's fine. I got no problem. All right. So we have Thane, right? Frank.
Yep.
Right. And
Phil.
Thane. Okay.
Frank.
Yeah. Fame. It's like Shane, but with TH. Fame.
Okay. So, my name is John Lennox, and I'm going to be working today on Tomahawk and Knife with Chris and Chris. So, the hope for today in 4 hours is to get at least a passing knowledge and understanding of Tomahawk and Knife and Native American GunStock Club. We'll chat a little bit about how that came about right before we pick it up and start playing with it. As far as the Tomahawk is concerned, there's a whole lot of, unfortunately, I want to say Hollywoodization of this particular weapon. Suffice it to say, it was typically, with the natives, originally it was like a root ball of a tree they would fashion, or a stone that was sort of honed and then attached to a sapling, right? It was really more of a tool than it was necessarily a weapon of war for them. Certainly they would use it if they had it at that time, but the majority of use of it was a tool. We didn't see tomahawks like this until us white people came over and took over their land. So what happened at that point in time? The Algonquin term for a stone or root ball weapon like this was called a Tomahawk. That was their term for it. So when we came over with hatchets that are metal, the only connection that they had with that was Utumo, right? So we showed it to them for trade, and they said Utumo. And so, like, for example, if some alien came to me with a sort of a bowl type thing, and he drank from it, I would go, oh, a cup. So that's basically how it got its name. We anglicized, like everything else of their lives, we anglicized their word, and it became tomahawk. And this weapon became, well, it is a tool still, but as people started going out west to get to more land and so on and so forth, and you had long hunters. Long hunters were people that after they farmed during the summer, the winter months, they spent going out for months on end into the wilderness to hunt, to bring enough food back to last them the rest of the winter. They would carry a tomahawk with them and a knife. Now, it wasn't necessarily a Bowie knife. We're not quite at Jim Bowie yet. These are long knives. So they're a knife that is not quite usually as thick as a Bowie. Doesn't typically have a clipped edge, and quite often wouldn't even have a guard, which is why you'll see when we do it, we put the thumb on the back here, because if I hit something and it doesn't have that guard, my hand's going to slide down, okay? So most of those knives were not the Bowies that we're used to. So these people carried this around a lot. Now the tomahawk then continued on its service, being a very common piece that was handed out to boarders on naval ships. most of your boarding out people who were yeah, on ships you had people who were firemen and so on and so forth, powder vehicles, gunners, this and that, and then you had specific people who their jobs were they were boarders. So when you get into that situation, they were the group that went over there, like I'm Master and Commander, and did the whole battlefield. They were commonly equipped with a pistol, a cutlass, and a tomahawk. As a matter of fact, we even have a letter written by an admiral saying that they had taken a Spanish ship in the middle of the night, not a shot was fired, everything done by sword and tomahawk. Right? So we know for a fact that they had these on those ships. So this has been something that has continued on. And to this day now, they've just sort of reintegrated tomahawk back into special forces in the armed forces in America. Matter of fact, a good friend of mine who is now, I think, in FBI, I don't really know what he does. Probably never will. But he is, he used to be in special forces in the military. He definitely did more than one kill with tomahawk in the conversation. But he never said that. But the conversation of what happened, I know enough to go, oh yeah, he's dead. That guy's dead. Right? So that gives you a little bit of an idea of like how this came about and where it went to. All right. Do we have sources that say? I don't know how familiar you guys are with various treatises like delivery and so on and so forth. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But you know what I'm talking about, at least, right?
Yeah,
okay.
I've heard of them.
Yeah, the manuals and whatnot. There aren't any for tomahawk or knife. Native Americans did not write that stuff down. Where do we get all this information then? I'm teaching you how to use this. How the hell do I know how to use it? What we're teaching in this tomahawk, the Mclemore system, my master, Colonel Mclemore, got this from a variety of styles of martial arts that he was trained in, some of them being Filipino and so on and so forth. But also, a great deal of this has been gleaned from accounts. Because although the natives didn't write anything, our people certainly did. And you'd be amazed at some of the accounts of fighting Native Americans with tomahawks and knives, and how brutal they are, and how frightening these people were, and the styles and the ways that they fought. Then you go look at Native American dances, and you start seeing their movements in their dances. A lot of cultures put their combat systems in their folk dances, and Native Americans are no less. A lot of their movements are based on animals. So are the Aztecs, the Mayans, the Incas, they all do that as well. So we can take all of that information, gather it together, then put it together with other systems that have been around roughly the same time period and go, okay, this is what it's going to be like. I don't know how familiar you are, any of you are, with longsword fighting and katana fighting.
Yeah, I'm a free scholar with the Chicago Longsword Guild, doing Fiore Delivery and German Meyer.
Who's teaching with at that point now? It's been one.
Greg Wheeler.
Greg still? Oh, he's an old buddy of mine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell him you worked with me up here. Tell him I said hey.
I will.
Yeah, he's an old buddy of mine.
He's one of my best friends too.
Okay, so you know exactly what I'm talking about now.
Person, trust me.
So your longsword,
He's one
and
person.
I don't know how much you've done with katana.
I did kendo and stuff along.
So you understand those similarities are amazing.
Yeah, there's a universal.
Yep, and they've never met each other, obviously. At least they never did in the past when these systems were created. So that concept that the body only moves in certain ways with a 3-foot piece of steel or a 1.5-foot piece of stick, there are going to be a lot of similarities, right? So all of that put together is how we actually ended up creating this system. And that is what I'm going to be showing you today. So let's get started. I'm done babbling now, and we'll get moving on. First thing I want to do is I want to work with the tomahawk with us, okay? Get used to that. Then we'll throw the knife in, and then we'll put them together. Okay? All right, so if you have a belt, that would be helpful. If you don't, it's not a huge deal, right? First thing I want to do is talk about accessing, okay? Accessing the tomahawk is something that we have, that's a very important part of our system. And I don't care where you carry it. One of the things that we deal with in this is I don't deal in absolutes. I also am not going to train you to the point where I'm like, okay, this is this movement, you follow that movement, do that drill again and again and again, memorize that drill, because you're going to forget that tomorrow or the next day. I'm going to give you concepts, things that will help you understand how this weapon wants to move, how it wants to work, and so on and so forth, and how combat works, and then you will be able to take what you've learned from this and put your own sort of spin on this weapon. Right, so you can carry it side, you can carry it front. One of my close buddies really likes, he carries his back here because he actually goes out and does a whole lot, or at least he used to, does a whole lot of time spent in the mountains where he is in full kit. So he has his knife
That's where I
here.
just had mine, you're going through all the
Right.
brush and the trees.
Yeah, exactly.
And this thing is getting
Yeah.
snagged on
So
there.
he's got his knife tucked here and this here, so he can get and do what he needs to do. And
You can go
Yep,
through
he's
the
got all
trees
that.
and-
So he likes to keep it there. I keep it here because I'm not that type of person. I don't go out in the wilderness and do that kind of stuff. Sure. And that's where my master kept it. So I just started that, and then I kind of went, no, I actually like that. Alrighty, this works good, right? So when we pull it out, okay, we want to draw this out, and we want to keep that base near our on our core, okay. I'll slide it over to my right side like that, and then I'm going to shove my hand down there so that I'm in what we call extended grip, okay? The reason I do that is this, because if you do this in the heat of something coming at you and do that kind of thing, you'll drop that in a heartbeat, guaranteed. And if you do this and do that, that's cool and works just fine until you do this in the middle of a fight. I have seen it happen. It's funny as hell. Right? I had a student of mine. Well, I wouldn't call him a student of mine. He's taken some of my classes before. We were at a workshop, and he showed a video of him doing this, and he did that. And you could just hear my students go, ooh. And he's like, yeah, I know. Doc says don't do that. But I've hit myself in the balls too many times doing it, pulling in and doing this. And one of my students went, how about doing it the right way? That's why you don't do that, right? You pull it, drag it across the body, and do here. If you got a back draw, you pull it out here to the point where you got it, okay?
Okay.
So play with that for just a second. It shouldn't take long. I don't have any absolute newbies here, so all know what you're doing. So we're going to start from extended grip. And we'll talk about a couple of other different grips here, okay? This is half choke, and that's full choke. Now, I'm really never going to choose to fight from full choke, right? I'm not going to draw this out and go, let's do this, right? This is what happens when I draw it out. I haven't gotten it here yet. He comes down and I draw it, I'm like, oh shit, there I am. Okay, now I'll work from here for a second, and we'll see how we can continue on from there once we reach that part of this training. But for right now, we're going to start with extended grip here. You can choose hammer grip or saber grip. It doesn't really, that's a personal choice. I tend to go between the two. My thumb quite often moves as I'm beginning to rotate into something else. All right? So, let's look at our cut pattern, okay? Simple cut pattern. You will know, you'll recognize this, right?
It's pretty much the
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't care what you do with 8.
What do you call it, 8?
You can do 8 up here, you can do 8 here, you can do 8 here. It doesn't matter to me what you do. It's an upward
Like you
cut.
don't usually do 8. Usually, maybe you do them straight up.
No, not really. I would do it from like if I parried low and then come up. That's
Right, yeah, but that's about the only time. So it's usually not in those. He's got Fendente and Montante, and yeah.
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
5 and 6 again?
5 and 6? 5, 6.
1, 2.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, you're going to
Yep.
the angle.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, the important thing is, Frank, can you wait a second, please?
I'm sorry?
Can you wait a second, please?
Sure.
The important thing is for you to understand that one isn't necessarily at his collarbone here or the neck or anything like that. It's the direction. Pie. It's up here to down here. It's up right to down left. So if by chance he's attacking me, go ahead and just bring your there you go. That's still a one cut, even though it's in his hand. All right? So it's cutting the theory as opposed to placement. Okay? That's the important point about of this cut pattern, is that everybody seems to get it in their head. It's like, well, wait, one's here, one's at here. No. One is that direction. I don't care where it is. It could be at his right knee. It doesn't matter. It's that direction. One direction there, two's there. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Barely ever use 8 in a real fight. Barely ever. Where I'm probably going to use 8 more often. Could you bring me a cut flash? That is going to be my 8. Get that out of the way, and then come back. We'll deal with that in a second when we deal with the responses.
All the odd cuts are on this side, all the even cuts are on this side, correct? One,
Yes.
yes, 2, 3. So when I get to 5, it's on the same side.
Yep. 1, 5, 6.
Started 20
Okay.
minutes ago.
Yep. 5. I'm not sorry. 1, 5,
Goes to
3.
2.
Right?
1, 5, 3.
5, 6. Yep.
Okay.
And then 7 and 8 are little.
Oh,
they're
okay.
Okay.
You cut yours,
Center
did
line.
you have the start time as 11?
I didn't really think. I was like, I'd never thought about that. But damn it, you're right.
3, 4, the sign.
3 and 4 are up. So 3
See,
goes from
I'm just
four.
having trouble
Okay, so
changing
it was
your,
misadvertised
my
or
numbering
something.
system.
You know, at the end of the day, I don't care.
Sure.
The only reason
Even though I
it's
have 10 numbering systems.
the only reason it's
So many other
important
people here.
is so that when he and I are working together,
Right.
I can go, Phil, give me a 3, and I know where it's coming. Right? That's it. Other than that, if you're working with a partner and you go, can you cut me here? That's all. That works.
Yeah, I
Fine
think
by me.
there are
You can call that Bob if you want. I don't
four.
get it.
Mirror me just a second, would you? And just
All right.
walk.
Yep.
1,
That's the idea.
2,
25.
That's
3.
you're going to the angles.
Yep.
That pattern.
4,
Of course.
5,
This button.
All right.
6,
This big.
7, 8.
Two.
Now keep in mind
Just break it down.
that as I'm doing this, as I'm making those cuts, my body is following in motion. I'm not just standing and, oh, sure, right? The important thing about this, because in a real bout, whether it's an actual fight or even just a bout with your mask and all that kind of stuff, I'm never just standing still and doing this, right? I'm probably shitting myself and moving off to the side, making that cut because he's coming in with something. Sure. So you want your body to be used to, anytime I cut from here, my body flows to face that direction. If I'm cutting from here, my left leg stands forward, right? If you can.
Sure.
There's moments in bouts where I'm like, shit, right? But in general, if I'm cutting from the right side, so my odd numbers, my right leg should be forward. If I'm cutting the even numbers, my left side ones, my left leg should be forward. Generally, you know, shit's gonna happen. We say the same thing in longsword, but shit happens. Oh. I was doing a longsword bout at a workshop, or a demo for a college in Pennsylvania sometime years ago. And my buddy, who's very skilled, exceptionally good fighter, I can come straight down, and he's got his sword, and what did he do? Put his forearm on. He took that with his forearm. Ouch. Don't know why. He doesn't know why, to this day, but shit happens, right? So, I give you what's best, biomechanically. You try real hard to do it in real life, right? We train optimal. This is the best case scenario. You're never gonna, so that your body tries to do that in a real life situation as much as possible. But understand, it's gonna happen. Shit's gonna hit the fan, right? When I choreograph fights for film or theater or something like that, I try to choreograph them to look like they're not, well, like modern film fights are. Beautiful, pristine, and nobody ever misses. Okay? So, let's look at our cut pattern. All right, we got an entire space here. Let's, there we go.
Just don't stand right in front of the camera.
Yeah, there you go.
We are live streaming out. We prefer that John be facing the camera as much as possible, so if you guys want to be over here, that's fine.
Yeah. All right, so one of the things that we want to do is we want our person to give us, start around with a one cut, all right? So that means he's going to be coming into this side of my body, all right? Now there are multiple things that I can do with that. I say multiple, there's actually only three things that I can do. Okay, and this is going to translate even into the longsword and everything else that they teach you as well. I can either oppose that with my strength, right? So he comes in with that attack, right? I take that shot. That stops it. That's my opposition to it. Then, of course, I've got to do something about it, you know, whatever. Okay? I can redirect it. Slow, please. That means I just moved it to a different line. Or I can range from it. And that means as it comes in, I move. And I just basically move the target out of its line of attack. Does that make sense to everybody? Yes. Right? It's very, very simple. There's only three things you can do. That is it. Okay? We discussed this in class before. The Incas say there's four, but they're lying. We know that. But we'll talk about it. You'll enjoy that one. Anyway, so let's focus right now on our opposition for this. Okay? That's coming in, and I'm going to want to take that like that. I could do it like this. Yes, I could do it like this. Yes. This has got a bit more strength. This is an assisted pair.
But if you're doing it one-handed, isn't there a possibility that he's got enough?
Oh yeah, he's stronger than me because I'm old and tired and weak. Right? Yes, absolutely. So I personally, if I'm just doing tomahawk and not tomahawk and knife, even if I'm doing knife, I'll actually support it there, right? But I will go ahead and I will give myself some reinforced barrier. I will pop that out of the way. Now what we didn't discuss when we did the cut pattern was thrusting, right? And there's no point here, granted, but if you've ever taken a good chunk of metal to your face, you know that shit's not fun. So after I do that, after I clear that line, I hit him right here in the face with the butt of this hawk. And then I just rotate and take that shot. Okay? And that fight's over. So for right now, let's look at opposition. Now, do I care exactly what you do? No. I want you to stop it coming in. Absolutely. So that cut one is coming in, nice and slow, please. Right? So everybody can see. I want you to stop it. Now, do I care if you want to go down and... that's your call, right? Do you want to stop it? Take that knee? Sure, go right ahead. That's your call. I want you to get your body to start learning to immediately analyze and take, this is what I can do, this is what, or I'm in the best position to do X, right? Your body actually should make that call for you. When I train people, I say we're in one of two trees at the moment. You are either in the contemplation tree, which is me going, okay, what do I have available? That's me contemplating. What can I do here? What's open? What's the best way to go about this? Right? The decision tree is my body just does that for me. It automatically realizes from that point where I actually caught that, how far I am on one side of his body, what is the best way to go about it? Should I go inside the box, outside the box, here, boom, what's available to me? And it makes that call for me instantaneously. But that's because I've done that particular hit 1,000 times.
I was going to say, with training.
Right. With training, we move from the contemplation to the decision. So today, let's play in the contemplation tree. Let's be nice and let our partner take as much time as they need to look at that, analyze it themselves, and go, oh, here, I can go here, I can do this, I can do that. We just want to make certain that while we're doing our response, that we are covered and we have controlled our opponent. So when that attack comes in, if I do this, pop that out of the way and go for something, look at that. That's just waiting. What I really need to do, if you notice when I do it, I control that weapon. The minute I pop that out of the way, this arm goes down here to make certain that arm's not coming back. That's controlling the weapon. Okay? And I do that quick, and I make him react to it. That way I control the time. Because if he reacts on his time, that's his action. Right? I would rather his action be, I don't know, bleeding or peeing himself or trying to reassess his balance than popping me in the face. Right? The minute I do that, he knows he's screwed. What's he going to try to do? Reassess his balance or his complete structure so that he's not screwed. Well, that was your action. Right? That was your turn. Now it's my turn. Boom. Right? Now your turn is bleeding. Bleed again. Okay? That's how I win the fight. I make them do what I want in their turn every time. So that's your goal.
He wasted his piece.
Yeah, absolutely. If we were playing chess, I would get to move his piece every time. That's how I win the game. Right? So that's your goal here. Your partner is going to attack with a 1-cut. We're going to start there. You are going to start with opposition only and then choose the counter that not only controls their weapon, but also makes them have to react in a certain way so that you get a free attack afterward. Got it?
Question.
Yes.
With what you're doing, when you block, it's almost like he's putting you to a point where you're in close combat and you have to contemplate the move. Could you, when you block, push him back so that you're now in a control?
Absolutely I could. Yeah, I mean, if I were to do this, once I block there, I have to push back, yes. The only problem I have with that right now is the fact that once I push him back, if he goes back that far, now we're almost back to square one.
But he would then realize it's almost like he's catching you by surprise, but when you push him back, he now realizes you can now control the situation, which might de-escalate it or...
Right. The problem we have is here, you're gonna love this one. The problem we have with this right now is I've now changed the measure, thereby giving him more chronological time to react to whatever I'm gonna do. If, however, I keep him close to me, right, boom, now the measure is so small that my action is so chronologically fast, he doesn't have time to deal with it.
Okay.
Got it?
Yeah.
Straddle range.
Yep. That's what I say, because you've heard this again and again and again. Measure, time, distance, all that kind of thing. Yep. Got it. Does that make sense to everybody? Understanding how close or far we are from each other gives more. When we talk about time in combat, we're talking about movements, not actual chronological time. One time is one action, one movement. Okay? So when I talk about time in this, I actually have to make a differentiation between the time, which is the movement, and chronological time, which is how much chronological time he has to react when I change the measure. Right? And that's why I like to fight this close. First of all, people don't like people in their space. Right? Nobody wants someone in their space, in their bubble. I don't care. Well, I don't want people in mine, but I don't care about being in someone else's, right? Secondly, I'm a short guy, so when I'm in a bigger guy's space, I actually have an advantage, right? You got big, long arms. If I'm this close to you, you're like, right? And I'm just like, this is where I like to live, right? Boom, boom, boom. So, and it also gives him almost absolutely no reaction time, right? We're this close, the reaction time to that is tiny compared to that. So that's why chronological time is a part of that conversation, but it's not what is meant by time when we talk about time in combat. Does that make sense? I know that's a break quicker, but that's how it's. Got it? All right, partner up and have one of you do cut one, please. And the others, we're going to do the opposition. Again, feel free to ask, is this okay, would this work? My answer is always going to be the same. If you say, will this work? The answer will always be, are you alive? Are they dead? Then it works. Yep. That's it.
Anything you want.
Choose something.
See, there's the problem.
Yeah, because I went to do something that I normally would do without a tomahawk, but I got the hook, so I just went ahead and cut it. With a regular stick,
The idea is to teach you the
I was gonna slide off and do this and didn't realize.
concepts and stuff allow you to use basically
I would get the other.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
A little more diagonally down on that. A little more, toward the shoulder area.
Okay.
Great. Okay. So, as we're already beginning to realize, sorry, right? As we're already beginning to realize, when he comes in for his attack, right? When I do that, you always have seen me kind of go here, right? Because I would go to the outside line. That's because I really don't theoretically. I don't mind it personally. But let's say I do this, whatever. If I pop that in this way, I'm now in the box, what we call the box, which means that left hand is available to him. I don't like that. I like fighting inside the box. That's just how I am. But it's a dangerous place. I acknowledge that. And to this day, even though my master used to, Dwight McLemore used to be always like, Doc, get out of the box, goddammit. I'm like, I'm not happy. I'm good here, right? It's still, I teach, it is much wiser to go to the outside of the box because then this is no longer even an option, right? And that becomes a serious problem once we go tomahawk and knife, right? It's one thing for them to have that left hand there. It's another thing when that left hand is a big freaking knife, right? Pop that down there. Yeah, I'd rather not have that day. So, try to stay to the outside of the box if you can. If you're going to the inside of the box, okay, I'm gonna ask a question. It's a quiz. If I'm going to the inside of the box with this, what should I do?
Check the other arm. Control the other arm.
hitting.
Give something. I don't care what it is that you do, whether it is check the other arm. Give him something to think about rather than hitting me. So the minute that goes down, right, take that shot there. Now, the inside of that box is safe. Because he's not thinking about hitting you with that hand. Boom. He's thinking about how his groin hurts. I don't care what it is you do, you have to control their time. Period. That's good advice, even on the outside of the box. But definitely, if you go to the inside of the box, holy hell. Right? One of my good close friends, also an infighter, we don't do that. And a tiny little guy versus a big guy, it still doesn't take much. Right? One shoulder bash of 70 maybe today? Right? One shoulder bash from that bump is all it takes to make him do that. That was his turn. Boom. Now I can. And again, since my measure is so close, boom. He's got almost no time to deal with it. So, if you're going inside the box, cool. Go. Full tilt. Got it? Okay.
Steve does that.
Okay. I knew we were talking about that.
Yeah, I watched some combat fights. Combat kind of.
Yeah.
That I can't.
People also.
Let's go into it again.
No,
Yeah, I saw that. You guys were talking about those guys for. You came in 2 hours.
it's still early.
Yeah, I'm not sure yet.
That's true. What's that, right? That's true.
You two are.
It's all right. I will practice it.
I would practice that.
This is how we say I love you. I like what you love.
No.
Yeah, and then you were coming, I didn't get to the, so I just handed it.
Well, I'd have to keep moving. I lost the leg here.
Okay.
Yeah. Like baseball. Which kind of play? So you want to do it?
And if I had a knife, because you were locked up, you were in the box, which is on there, and you were that.
Yeah, that one
And as I said, when you got if you can control, you're gonna take my mind off of there, and then you can also come with it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, there you go. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, that would work.
That's it, yeah.
I didn't put it in the box, so you did good.
Yes.
So, I mean, with that, I got
Okay,
five.
number one, besides that, you could do something else that you like.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. All
Okay.
right, so I'll come with you.
Yes.
Everything's getting hooked up on the head, as I told him, 43 years doing it another day.
Just grab it.
Correct. So that means I need to come in, which is answer that people's desires. Oh, that's coming in my head. I think I was supposed to do that. Most of us do not want to do that, but it's something you do. But yeah, you bet. We call that smothering. Okay. Let me discuss it. Okay. Sure. Okay. All right. Hang on a second. So we had a question. One of the problems is getting bound up, hooking,
Yeah, we had been.
which we're hopefully get a chance to play a little bit with some actual hooking, like planned hooking, later today, hopefully. But well, Michigan's getting more and more progressive every day. So the problem we're having right now is, and especially in these types of axes, right, is getting hooked right there. Now all of a sudden we end up like this. Okay. Well, part of that is because as I'm moving that aside, I'm pulling this way, as opposed to a straight pop over. Okay, which would make that change. However, my beak is not as curved as yours, so therefore I'm not experiencing that problem. But one of the things that we can do is come in. Well, I'll be very careful. You go really slow.
Yeah, right.
Yep. Come in, boom, toward the hand. If I get that on that hand or the wrist, now that hooking is not going to be a problem.
Yeah.
And actually, I probably hurt him pretty bad in the process. He might even drop it. This is what we would call smothering an attack. Okay. In time, you're so sick here. In time, you have beginning, middle, and end of the time. Okay. So every action has a beginning, a middle, and an end. His beginning is, there you go. The middle is it's coming through here, and the end is it's sunk in my head. Okay? I want to do my action, whether I'm doing opposition, redirection, it doesn't matter. I'd like to do that somewhere toward the end of the middle of the time. Okay? Before it becomes the end.
Right.
I want to do it right around the very end of the middle of the time, because he's so fully committed at that point. He can't see me start my thing and then go, whoa, no. Right? There's no mid-swing change at that point because he's too far in.
He can't track you.
There's a point of no return for a
Yes.
swing.
Exactly. That's where I want to hit it. Now, I can do my attack, my counter in the beginning of the time, but it's what we call a smothering. Okay? So he brings that up, and I come in and take that shot, and that's the beginning of time. Otherwise, like if I do this at the beginning of time, I'm ready. But he's just going to do something completely different. So the opposition, and it's always opposition with a smothering, the opposition must change if I'm smothering than what it would do if I'm doing that opposition in the middle or toward the end of the middle of the time. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay? So, yes, we can smother. Yes, we can come in on that and smother perfectly. Now, is that the same one? Yes, but it's not a full complete smother. I'm coming in probably to the end of the beginning of the time. Maybe the beginning of the middle at most. But I also didn't stand out here and wait for it.
No.
No. I changed the measure,
Top beam right
and that's my smother. Does that make sense? Cool. All right, keep playing. And make sure you trade off so that each of you get a chance to do this.
And now this time you get your stick. You know, if
So
you,
much, because you can reach and grab it. You can start to come in
I'm
here,
here,
and as soon as I see
you,
that,
oh, yeah, it's not, it's not the stick.
You're smart.
don't confuse that.
Or if you caught me down, that when you did earlier, you'd have to come right in. My instructor doesn't like this, I do, but I come from the boxing background. If you catch me down, if you should have been here, but if you catch me down, it's already, sorry.
To try to block it down.
As I'm going to the line, he's always turn,
But I have to strengthen
spray up, block, check.
See how
Always
I,
got his hand down and type the thing.
Yeah,
Where this one is totally tiny side.
yeah.
But you still have to wait, you still have to wait for the attack.
Instead of waiting and holding it and drag over, making it pop.
What it is, I'm going, I call.
So many options.
That's
So you have to have a lot more actions to respond.
It's the exact same move long service, just one hand,
Yes.
right here.
I was coming, I see my instructor doesn't like. He's a move out, a straight, always got his hand on you, where I come from the sword back now.
Yeah.
Okay, my instructor.
It's just a false
If you caught me down, if you caught me down. Shit happens.
Down forward like that.
You see what I'm talking about? It doesn't matter.
You're not just gonna use your elbow.
It's just the timing of whatever you got to do. Even if you push a false edge, you can be able to same motion. You have to wait for it about half a shot at the end of the You can do whatever you want. That's why when I teach my students, I teach them about the range much more than anything else.
Hey, my instructor said just be patient. They're all coming to you. You just have to wait.
Samurai,
You know, don't go for it here, wait, move.
One of the brands that said that they would wait until nobody.
They just move. I think he might have been exaggerating.
Oh, yeah, let's do this. That may have happened once by accident. And then he got coffee about it, but no, that's too much for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool, thank you. That was really great.
So now, because I consistently forget to do this, like on a regular basis, I forget to do this. But for this stuff to sink in a little bit deeper, I actually wrote a book on it. It's called Combat Theory. And I forgot to bring copies to you.
Available at Amazon.
It is available at Amazon.
Say like
But I hope you got it. It delineates all this in a very, from working with Chicago Circle ago, you'd be able to go, well, this is nothing you don't do on a regular basis. No, but it's delineated really nicely to a point where you can sit there and go, God, that's what we do in class all the time. But they never told me. But no, they didn't. They don't tell you that.
And they give you the fancy terms.
Yeah.
On the trees.
You know, but it's really nice to be able to read it in nice, concise chunks and go, oh, well, that makes sense. Now I understand this. Now this is clear. And frankly, it keeps, I feel, it makes a lot of people less scared about fighting because it's like, the unknown is what scares us so much. When he comes at me with something, and I understand there's only a certain number of directions that could possibly come from, and there's only a certain number of things that I need to do to deal with it. It makes that fear a hell of a lot worse. Or a hell of a lot less. I mean, because really when you boil down to it, I know when he comes in with that attack, I've got to cover the line. I don't care where it comes from, I just have to cover the line, right? And if it'll help me, I'm gonna close that measure so he has less time to keep doing things I might not be able to catch. So that's kind of, once you understand all that, it becomes a hell of a lot less concerning, right? As an old man now, I feel a lot less concerned when some young kid goes up to you, you want to do something, old man? Like, yes, yes I do. Right?
Finally.
I had
Oh, there is no finally with John.
I had one come up to me with it. I can't remember exactly what was said, but I think it was something like to the effect of, you want to go, old man, or something like that. And I said, every second of every day. He just kind of looked at me and said, well, let's do this. Let's go. And he's like, nah, no. Right? So,
But he's got to swing first.
yeah, right. Yeah, that's my first one. So, let's look at redirection with this. Okay? So, now redirection I can do in a couple of different ways. I can do it what we've been doing, but not stop it first, just hook and go. I can do that, right? But I'm really going to, that's what I'd rather do, is a real quick redirection, pop that over, and then it puts me in a perfect position. I'm already set, chambered, as it were, to take that shot, right? Boom, up it, and that out. Now, what I don't do is this. I don't do that. I pop it and I scoot a bit to the side here, just to make certain that I am completely out of his range after I do that move. Because if you notice, I'm not grabbing it afterwards. What happens is it comes in, I pop, I keep this down here in case, and then I take that shot. But it is so fast. The cool thing is he is still moving by the time I hit him with that return.
And the redirection is taking place during the midpoint.
During the midpoint, yeah. But he's got to get about halfway in, right? Otherwise, that redirection will not work. I'll probably miss it. A lot of people try to catch it, and I'm like, that's why you're missing it or hooking or getting bound up. I don't. All I do is I take this and I pop it over my shoulder. That's it. And it will hit it because it's coming in this direction. That's coming in this direction. Right? Linear geometry says it's going to hit. If we're roughly the same speed. Okay?
As long as he's halfway or more, we can't.
We're good.
Can't
Yep.
really.
We're absolutely. But again, that's also why I do that when I do it, just in case I'm a little off. Okay? So that is how you're going to do that redirection. Yes, insurance. Okay? Pop that over there. You can do the hook and slide as well. That's fine by me. I don't really care. However you wish to redirect it is good by me. But it possibility of you being bound up at that point. How do I get out of a bind? All right, let me grab a hawk with a bill. Just in case you want to do that hook one and you still get bound up.
The people who are throwing the strike, don't do this. Don't come to, when you're throwing the strike, you guys see me throwing it at John? Don't purposely go.
Yeah, because then I'll miss it for sure. Yeah, you got to target your opponent nicely, but okay. So if I get bound up here, if that's what happens, the easiest way to get clear of bind is to punch into their face. Okay. So when a bind happens, don't do that power struggle. Just disengage by punching. Matter of fact, I enjoy it when I fight someone and they try to pull it. I'm like, oh, would you like my mom? By all means, I'm happy to give it. There we go. They want it, let them have it. And then deal with a counter after that. So, redirection and play. What you do after your redirection, that's your choice. Shop the candy store, as my friend says. Once I've redirected this, oh look, that's all available to me.
Shop the candy store.
Right.
I always said target-rich environment.
Yeah, exactly. Boom. Hey. Pop. Bam. Sorry.
Thanks,
A
John.
little hard.
I know the point.
Oh, the point.
I
Yeah.
think that has a heart, isn't it?
All right.
Yeah, it's not really.
No, it's wrong. All right, so play. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Switch partners, please.
And what's our move this time?
It is still going to be a cup one, and now you are redirected.
Okay.
Phil, where are you located?
I wondered when the cup show up. Yeah, I wondered where
when you're the partner, you gotta kind of stop.
Those little hogs.
Well, yeah, but you're only the partner.
No, that's what I was double checking because it will poke you. Now we're good. I've been kicked in the face.
One more time. I can't start, so you get it. I'm gonna go slow. You wanna be moving right now. So, moving, yeah. She's coming in on the Then it makes the
But it's almost like now I should have to, when I go in.
Yeah, there you go.
It's almost like the minute you finish, you stop. Did you notice that I wrong what to say? Because that's another thing, you hit which, when you redirect it, you should see now line way out so that you can. I almost, you know,
Yeah, it's real is what they call it, my bad.
Yeah. So
Do the same motion.
that's what you got.
Yeah, I was just saying it because when you're stopping there, you still have my weapon. It's so what they notice when he's going and then this there is like he's not knocking all the way. And then he gets it's almost stopping. So when he stops it, I still have that available.
Which means
You don't want to be
the
stuck.
whole point of exercise is when they pick it up. Everything else is extraneous right now. Pick it up that line.
Just stop. Is when I hit it, I go all the way across. When I'm coming in,
It's all about when.
Okay. He goes it off to the side.
I pop it, if you notice, now it's offline. And this is offline, it's really just extend the wrist.
Yeah. Just iron stuff, we practice all the time. I sit in front of the TV and just practice.
But if I'm left-handed, so you did.
I haven't found it before, but I
You're
don't.
coming at him
But
left-handed.
you have, but also he's got to be an associated name. Like the iron system.
Okay.
That way, if you hit me, I should have blocked.
Same thing.
But you need to keep the movement so I feel the pressure.
On a different side.
One more?
Okay.
That my hand just happened to be there.
Try popping on the outside of the line, so it's coming in here, try popping it.
Okay. I it was just what I kind of was feeling.
Basically, you've already made a swing. Now your momentum has you down. Here I come. Sure, you can do a million things, but this particular one is this one. But that's what I mean, that's why you're down. Here comes your strike.
about it?
Tonight.
You start to grab that pocket.
I do, yeah, it's just.
That
is our personal
thing.
I know it's for a double, but if I have an option, I will. Oh, yeah, it's just taking advantage of the opportunities I have.
You got a long enough trying to teach it. Yeah. Turn it over. Just Yeah.
I mean, I like it, because if I get here, and then I come here and maybe hit the program for my lower, and then just take it back up.
Just drop it down to your
How
side.
you outside of those?
Yeah,
you did one thing, you did find a way over here.
Just want you to there you go.
Take advantage is everything.
Right.
Always, especially.
Because most of the time, one hit never ends up.
Action or better, I think.
Most of them probably not even registering it after the first.
You gotta keep
So-
coming. Cause
I'll tell
you need
Okay.
enough force to move mine off the line.
How are we doing with this?
Good.
Okay, so what I would like to see you do now is I would like to see you switch to left hand. Okay? I know, you guys already do it. If you did left hand the whole time, then switch to right hand, right? So, because I want you to be able to do this kind of stuff comfortably, both hands, either one, right? So, same cut, it's gonna be one, which means I'm now doing a backhand type concept, right? So he's coming in here, that's going in there. Boom.
But it would be a one if you switch hands, wouldn't it?
Yes, it's still, okay, good question. Is it still a one if you switch hands? Oh, yes, it is. Okay? The reason is because the number has to be effectively on my opponent, or if I'm left-handed and you say cut one, and I go, well, this is my cut one, he's not gonna block that, because his cut one is okay.
Well, it would if it was in his left hand.
Right, well, if it was in his left hand.
Well, I-
But see, one of the things we'll do afterwards is I'm gonna show you guys how to do this, your right hand versus left hand.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, and we can talk more about it later, I just never seen them
Yeah.
not
No, this, we do it this way for that reason.
Okay.
One will always come in like the right, this side.
Because this is a one angle from the right, but it's actually a two in most everything else.
Yeah, but it's all about the angle. If it's upper right to lower left, it's a one. I don't care if I'm right-handed or left-handed.
So it doesn't matter, so if this is a one, and if I do it here, it's a one, this side is. This is always a one.
Yep.
Just one.
Well,
Right hand.
he's not targeting as much as
So,
anger. That.
Reach
It's a, you're doing that angle, no matter what hand it's in, will always be one.
So, doing that here.
So. All right.
I'm down.
I do, yeah, so basically.
Just as it gets about. See, these steps forward.
oh, that's where you're gonna confuse me.
There you go. So this is where you're gonna be really caught me down. Bang, boom. Any other thing, I'm gonna do something else with somewhere else.
Never try to double one.
Okay.
Later on. You're in the candy store. Okay. Oh, yeah. So you got any, correct, yeah.
Okay, hold for a second.
I'm
All
pretty
right, so if he's coming in on the one, right? I have a couple options. Okay? I can either do what we've been doing, which is just that beat, right? That's what we've been doing. I could also come up under it and go this way with it. So I can go here or I can go here with it, all right? Either way. The only problem with this one is, boom, and I just walked into the box. So if I'm gonna do that, what do we say? I better do what? I better give him something to think about that isn't hitting me with that left hand. Okay? So either way you want to, play with either way. The most important thing, what is the most important thing when he throws that bat? Not getting hit.
Okay.
I don't care which way you go with it. Don't be there, right? I just my master said that to me when I was doing Aikido. He's like, well, if he's doing this, what should I do? So don't be there. I'm like, oh, good, thank you.
It's like a gunfight, what's one thing?
Yeah.
I was actually gonna ask that when we had it in the right hand, basically, if say like you can't get to the outside, here you come in, so if he gives me like here, like this, I can just come stay inward.
Absolutely.
Play.
Yeah, if we have to. I'd rather not, but if we have to, sure. But again, if I'm gonna do that and go inside the box, I better get in quick.
You get no time to deal with it.
Okay, keep going.
Lower down a little bit.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna switch back.
This is doing this.
I think I've got this enough now. Okay, we'll deal with that later.
Inside should be walking in and.
All right.
Yeah.
You're,
Yeah.
what are we doing?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on.
But we're about equal size, so it's almost, break even.
We're doing redirection, right?
Yes.
You okay? Yes. Just start.
So you have some relief.
We got it.
I know that. I'm just trying to get too hard and then I'll.
It's a lot.
Yeah. You hurt somebody?
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
So which one are you doing?
It's okay. That's all right.
She's in her lap.
Just try to see you.
She's doing that, but we're trying to get her to the house.
Okay, I just wanted to
So
make
you
sure.
can't.
Oh,
Can't do it outside like
yeah,
that.
no problem. You can always switch off.
No, but if you throw it.
Yeah, that's the most
Can't do
important.
that. Because it
I thought he was the left.
No.
But we're doing the same thing on the right hand side.
Yeah.
Right, that's how.
The lesson is redirection. It's not
From the out, when we were practicing the outside one on the left.
Outside.
On the left?
There it goes.
Yeah.
That's what this is, smack. So when you throw it,
I love it. That's great.
you just,
Come down a little more diagonally, coming horizontal. That doesn't really work on a horizontal.
Alright. But see, that's the thing, if you get your hand, right, have to switch. Yeah, so. Oh, that makes sense.
here.
So I want to go work.
I'm gonna throw it in you.
Okay.
There you go.
No problem.
That's right.
A little bit of anxiety from other ones.
Hit me afterwards. Okay, so,
Okay. You snack it. Stuff this way. Okay, right?
all right. So now I'm gonna deal with, I'm in right hand because I'm normal. And I'm dealing with a left-hander, right? So the first thing I do is just go, God damn it, right? So here it comes. You're gonna come in, you're doing your one attack, so it's gonna be there. Okay, so, but I'm right-handed versus left now, okay? First of all, I actually would like,
Hi.
I'd like to do, jump back for a moment to go oppositions. We didn't really did this in opposition, right hand, left hand, so on and so forth, right? So if that comes in, I'm gonna pop that there, pop this down out of the way, give him a butt with my axe, or take that shot, okay? Again, and I'm not doing this,
So basically, we're gonna show you a couple different things.
that's a full body into it, so boom, that kind of thing, boom, boom. Okay?
This is long term.
That's my opposition to that.
Medium
My
term.
redirection to it is going to be,
You'll never use this hardly.
and I check as I come in on that.
Pulling it out.
Boom.
Brushes
Boom,
in on you.
boom.
Okay, you pull it. If you're usually on a belt, you need to be
I mean,
mounted here.
or other things,
Here.
right?
John has a.
Do whatever you wish to do is fine, just to make sure they're dead. We were talking about it over here, is that you hit them once. I mean, unless that hit once is here, generally, a lot of times, they feel an impact, but they don't really understand the gravity of what just happened to them. Therefore, they'll keep going, because the adrenaline is such that, especially in a life or death situation, right? Punk in a parking lot, that's not life or death for me, so I'm like, nah, right? But if somebody came to me with a hawk and I had one, yeah, now that's seriously frightening stuff. So I might not feel that hit, and I'll keep going. That's why it's imperative that after I do that first boom, wham, that I just don't stop, because he needs to continuously do nothing but react to me.
Now there's two.
Do you do German or just Italian?
No, I do both. I do German Meyer.
Okay, so this is what, always keeping them in the knot. That's what we're talking about. Constantly keeping them reacting to me, right? So, now right hand versus left hand, opposition, pop, boom, redirection. Hey, Brian.
This way, or with me, I like it.
Got it?
Come right back up.
Don't ever be afraid in the middle of your cuts and whatever to give them a little bit of thrust load. That sounds so horrible, doesn't it? But it's true. Bam, right?
It's a hard line to see coming.
Yeah. Actually, one of my buddies and I, when we talked about that punch there to the face, we call that the Apache dental plan. Boom! Man, that's horrid. That'll shatter this entire area there. And they're done. All right? So, switch partners, please.
It's always up.
Your partner is in left hand. The attacker is in left hand. The defender is in right hand.
And it's still over.
Yep, it's still a one cut, which means it is from your upper right to your lower left, regardless of the range.
One, two.
There you go.
And what do you want the defender to do?
Opposition and then redirection. Both of them.
So basically, you're getting your hip, so I can push it. Yeah, it's on.
Let's see.
If you look at
It looked okay. The end of it looks great. Oh, you did inside.
Well, I know, I'm showing.
Go. Then dive in on it. Yeah. Nice. Okay, still moving.
Yeah, that's what I.
Anything like the heavy soft road area.
There you go. Close my, close my.
Forward much.
True.
Might not go in.
Yeah.
Here. Yeah, here. Yeah. New one.
Okay.
Morning.
This is
Or
John.
John, it's afternoon. You're John?
John, I'm Joe.
I'm John. You're Jonah? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Jonah John.
Got it.
Close.
All right. Hop on in. Get that plate in, it's fine. Yeah.
Position is a forceful stop.
They wouldn't have that sciatic problem. It wouldn't bother them again.
No pitch.
It's actually when I pull back.
There you go.
Now, you do have the freedom of doing other things.
Okay.
That's,
Did I do it wrong?
yeah, no,
Okay.
no, you didn't. That's the nice thing about John, there is no ball.
Okay.
So if you throw one at me, this way, this way, or it's the freedom of using, learning what you like to do with it. But this is the opposition. This is a reinforced opposition because you're using both hands. You can throw one again and do it this way. Okay, but it also kind of, if you have a hand free. If I have another knife in my hand.
Okay, hold it for a second.
So you gotta remember,
Hold for a second.
when you're locked, the way to get out of it.
Now,
Let's do it again.
What we're doing
So-
is called redirect.
What I would like you to do,
So if you hit throw one at me,
very slowly.
And then mine is over here.
These guys are really, I did a workshop in Mexico.
Clear the camera line, please.
And I was working with them and they were speeding up. And I said, my Spanish was really bad back then, I didn't really know any Spanish. So I talked to my buddy Roberto who brought me in, I was like, what's the Spanish word for slowly? He says, despacio. I'm like, cool, thank you. Despacio, god damn it! That wasn't Mexican. They know what I mean. One in Ireland, bro, like, I said slowly, didn't I? I said slowly. You guys speak English here, it's Ireland, right? I said slowly. And they went, yeah, but we're Irish. Like, that was an answer. Somehow. All right, so, but I mean it very seriously. Slowly, because I don't care if you're good enough to do it fast, your body learns better when you move slowly and precisely. So, same thing, it's a cut one, opposition, redirection, or range it, which we haven't really talked, we showed it, but we haven't really done much in a drill, but it's pretty self-evident, right? Get out of the way. The important point about it is when you're ranging, go in the direction that the attack is coming in. So if it's coming in here on my one, I want it in the direction that it's going. I don't want to fight the tide, as it were. I don't want to go toward it because I'm probably going to get hit in the process. Unless I'm fighting someone your height, in which case I'll duck that. But I'd rather just follow the direction and take the shot. All right? So, opposition, redirection, ranging. Your partner is going to throw it at you, right or left-handed. You don't know. I mean, you'll see them move their hand. But the intention is we're not doing it in a specific organized structured thing. First, right, then left, all do three. No, you're just going to get various attacks and nice and slow. And then you need to go, oh, that's going to be, okay, boom, take that, whatever. The time is now to put out together what you've learned. Does that make sense? So, okay, do it. Slow. Say it again.
What I was saying before, was you get locked,
So we were
so
working on opposition.
you had
On the redirection,
you discussed me. Yeah, that's the thing.
you're locked, so you can do.
Get out of it.
So I can move over this way.
Is the push. That way you unlock it, and that way you get it.
So what you do against invisible force knives?
The tactic can be left and right. But it's still a number one, John?
That'd be enough to take anyone out.
Yes, tactic can be left and right, but it's still a number one.
Yes, it's still number one. And I also suggest that the defenders switch between right and left also.
You use it right, because you said
Okay.
it. Oh, is he saying range?
Range.
Oh, I thought he was saying rage.
No, not range. Range.
I have more here.
That's not far off.
For you it isn't. So when you throw a strike, I'm gonna go over here.
What was your name? Frank. Frank?
Yeah.
Frank.
That range.
Oh, it's
So I'm gonna throw my arm.
I would just attract you. You know, you need.
So it's a strike. Just
Oh, you want me to do a range, okay.
All you're doing is getting out of the way.
okay.
That's all you're doing is getting out of the way. Now this is where you have a little bit of freedom.
Yeah.
You know all the strike patterns and stuff. We ran through in 30 seconds.
My short time is pretty good at winning some things.
Okay. So I'll give you the option. You don't get a range and just whatever
We'll go
you want
through
to
that.
strike.
No, it's just you.
Well, let me do it slow, that way.
Okay,
Because
your
I know
opposition.
there are other classes, so, okay, I'll do it slow.
No, just nothing there, just go wherever you want. Okay. When you're lining like that, go for it. So if we have, I know that, bring it down, put your head in the line.
And then just,
It just goes
oh
straight.
yeah, because I don't want to think.
Right, then you can unstick yourself real quick. That's the problem with these, and those.
That's the one thing, to be careful when you're throwing me out.
So when
And
you're
I'll get to it
buying,
again.
instead of me playing tug of war,
Where, see, you almost,
I'm gonna take it.
you're almost
Fine,
bringing me
have it,
down
and just
where
push.
once you're there.
So you just turn it into.
Now I'm, well,
But when you do it,
you'd have to do it quickly, because
this is where my arm is.
yeah.
You can get it first.
Step forward.
That line makes this
And
really
most likely
straight.
the other one I have
Skeleton
tonight,
structure.
if you're in my box.
So, almost like a fencing.
And that's why
you turn on your fencing.
one other thing I might
So
suggest.
if you can cross that in my shoulder, I'll cross.
There, is that when you do that,
You're not.
Okay,
also move
so,
out of the way, because if.
I haven't really had to show
There,
too
but if
much,
you move out of the way, I'm not.
which is cool. But, because I see people doing it already and it makes me happy. Sort of like makes my inner child bleed. But the back cuts for this weapon, I usually typically go through the same cut pattern that we do at the beginning of class with the back cut. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not that I'm going to enter a fight or I'm going to do this entire fight with back cuts, right? But that's what it gets us used to when we take that shot coming back, natural, just fully natural throw. Boom, take that shot to the head. Otherwise, we get this, we get cut, bring back up, cut. That's 2 moves, man. I mean, technically, that's 2 moves. If I bring that cut back up to do another cut there, to do a 2 cut, that's actually 2 actions, which is technically 2 times, even though it should theoretically be smooth enough to be 1. Personally, that's much smoother and faster. So just take that shot, turn it right into a back cut, and then rotate that into your forward cut again. So I want you to try to, as much as you can, incorporate these back strikes into your counters, because you will find that it flows so much quicker, and it's so much more dangerous with that thing just whipping about, okay? That also gets you a little bit better skill to deal with that, redirection that we've been dealing with, right? The more you're used to in the fluid with that cut, that redirection will be quick and easy and smooth, right? So play with that. I like what I've seen so far. Make sure you incorporate it a little more. Cool. Yep.
Aren't you also faster moving from motion?
Yes, you are.
So,
Yes, you are.
Can't-
So instead of stopping and coming back,
You know the
you just turn right into just rotating. Yep. It's a simple little thing. That's all it is.
A lot of, some style, people, it's too
see, this is where it
moving
gets weird. You
beyond.
don't have to rotate or anything around.
It's, in all honesty, there's a reason for that. People don't do that for Flash. Flash doesn't do anything in there. If they're doing that kind of stuff, they're doing it.
Instead of
We're keeping them
rotating,
moving and keep fit. Yep, absolutely.
So you'll get to hear it. So you'll be able to come up and back hit, back hit.
Yeah, it's like, I've been doing Bowie knife for 20 years, so that's my favorite.
So you're gonna see now see, you can just come right back up and snatch them the other way.
Oh, yeah.
Or you can rotate them around the cut. Yeah. So technically there's,
Okay, all right. So this Colonel is by your height. He's like, boom, whack, right side. Jesus Christ. Yes, he was.
Tomahawks were issued so like working parties and stuff, they were issued a couple tomahawk. So boarding parties, that's what they would use. So tomahawks went around. Those were metal, the ones in there just where you got stone. And they weren't usually used as a weapon. And then you started and now horses are pretty injuries.
Either way, you don't end up getting the other person does.
Good. Oh, I know.
So, I mean, figure something like that.
Okay, let's look at cut 2 now. This is a short class in general. You know, sometimes we do this class, well, for a week-long seminar, we do it in Combat Con in Vegas for like 3 days straight, you know, stuff like that, 8 hours a day and that kind of hoo-ha. So we can go on forever like this. But since this is short, what I want to do is I'm going to focus on you getting cuts 1 and 2 down and dealt with, because cuts 5 and 6 are midsection and they're going to be similar. You don't necessarily want to reflect those up because you'll put them right into your face. But in general, they're going to be somewhat similar, and the lower cuts rarely actually come into play in a real tomahawk bout. No one is going to start a bout in tomahawk and open with a low cut. It just isn't going to happen. It may happen as an upward cut coming in at their downward cut. Does that make sense? Right? Just to show you an example. So he throws a 1 cut, right? And I come up with a 3 at that hand, right? But I'm not going to start with that because I'm going to do exactly that. I'm going to take a hawk in the face. So it's more important actually that we learn to deal with these ones up here. 1, 2, and 7 are the real main ones. Funny thing is that there was a guy named William Pringle Green, Lieutenant William Pringle Green, who wrote a treatise on shipboard life and so on and so forth. There was a small section in there on boarding actions, defending the ship with cutlass. And everybody else who wrote that full 1 through 8 cut pattern for cutlass, which doesn't work on a ship. This dude wrote, no. 1, 2, and 3, or 1, 2, and 7, effectively. He goes 1, 2, and 3, but these 3 cuts, because that's all I need to teach somebody who's never picked up a cutlass before. It's natural, it makes sense to them, I can teach them in a day, and they're gone. And it's all that's going to really happen anyway. No one's going to run at somebody on a shipboard with 3. It's not going to happen.
It's gross motor action.
Exactly, and so he understands that, and that makes sense. Similar in Tomahawk too, right? Especially once you get all hooked up with that adrenaline, you're down to pretty much gross motor actions anyway, right? Leave the small fine motor actions for small sorters, right? So, let's look at cut 2. So that's gonna be this right here. All right, cool. The beautiful thing is, I'm already on the outside. When he cuts 2, he's like, there's the outside of my side. Please don't attack it. Cool. So I'm gonna start with opposition. Boom. Okay? Right? That's a very simple one. It's just that. Boom. Done. Stop. Now, that's how I control his time and his weapon. Pop. Boom. Okay? Why did I pop in here? That's nothing. That's a hinge joint, man. Boom. Yup. I guarantee you I'll collapse his base by hitting him. One of the things that when people actually come to me as a student, like, I want you to train me specifically, in the process, they actually also have to learn that because it's important. It makes a whole bit of difference in why you target where you target. Okay? Does he have an artery there? Yeah, on the inside. I didn't do anything to that. What I did is I collapsed his base. That's important. And the minute he does that, that's his action, and now we're back to the back of the head. Okay? So, that's my opposition for that one. My redirection for it is very similar. Pop that out of the way. Same kind of thing. I'm just not stopping here. I'm just doing that beat. Okay? So that's my redirection for it. My ranging would be following the same thing. I want to take the hand on those ones.
Yeah.
Right? I'd really rather just end this fight right now. Lop that hand off. Okay? So those are my 3 things there, right-hander to right-hander. So let's start with that, then we'll move into right against left against left, things like that. Okay?
Rotate partners
Yes.
to somebody you
Go ahead,
haven't
Mark,
had. You might just get in.
Phil.
We have another person here too, so someone rotate with him too. I guess I'm with you, Frank. You became an odd number.
Nice and slow, please. Nice and slow.
Okay, cool.
Okay. So then, right hand. There you go.
We're gonna do strike 2, basically. So right hand. So I'm gonna do strike 2 for work opposition. That's the evening.
Yep.
What are you gonna do?
So
Redirection.
More instead of trying to look at the cost.
Okay.
Step sideways and do that at the same time. Yeah, so if you throw a 2 at me, it's 2. So I throw 2.
Do the double.
Out of the way.
So if that was like.
He throws down when he wants.
Yeah, because you're so used to going here. When you teach a large amount of classes, you gotta keep everything. So basically, you got this all 1, 5, 0, 0. It's always gonna be on your right hand. 153. So it's gonna
That's right, it's always great.
be- if you switch sides, the numbers.
The same.
No, it's, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not the same. If I change hands too, but when you never know when you're unique to an opponent, if they're right-handed.
Oh, sure. No, I just mean, everybody trains, this side, everybody trains that side, and then, yeah, and the fight.
And he trains, we train where you fight. And like, or a bitch to fight, no matter what. So, we'll do opposition one more
It's
time.
almost one easy move, because after.
Yeah, and then you get that here, then.
Okay.
And then
It's like
also
redirection.
follow up. So
No, I do too.
either punch.
Then range. Range back, or you can range way off to the side.
Snake step.
So if it comes this way, I went the wrong way, sorry.
So if I wanted to try.
Yeah, there you go.
Around.
There's no matter what.
Nice and slow, everybody.
So opposition.
Yeah, see?
Well, like a break up.
Redirection.
One more? No, I
And then range.
See, I like that one.
See, that one, everybody, range is, you're looking for the footwork.
Yeah, range range is basically getting out of the way. So going back to the same form of range.
But it just keeps coming.
Okay.
Yeah, if you range backward, all I'm gonna do is keep coming forward.
Sure. Gotta get off.
All right, so, now let's switch left hand to left hand. Two is still coming in the same place. Oh, but I'm inside his box, aren't I? That sucks. Okay, that's fine. So in it comes, take that shot as soon as you can, right into it. Especially if that's an open hand, right? If it's not a knife, I feel much better coming in. The most he's gonna get is maybe a little slap on my bald head, and I don't really give a shit about that. Boom, right? The other option is if you want to, if you feel more comfortable with it, it comes in, I take that opposition here, and I come down that way. Not necessarily into center, but offline a bit. Now he's going to turn to get me with that left hand. I go, no, he is. There we go. Have a good time, right? So, that's your choice. However, because you know you're inside the box, deal with it however you need to. You kick them in the groin, I don't care, right? As long as they are thinking of something else other than hurting me with the left hand, then I've won. Then I did it right. That's your answer. But if I'm going to redirect that, that's coming in here. I'm just going to do the same thing we've been doing. Nothing's new. Got it? Beat that over. Right? Just like taking your umbrella and reading it. Right? There you go. Pop that over and then do the bit. All right? If I'm right-handed versus left, nothing changes. I still am, oh shit, I'm in the box. And I'm still doing that. Got it? So, like we did last time, slowly and carefully, please feed your partner whatever you wish, right or left-handed, cut to only though, and then let them deal with it as if they need a moment to look at it and analyze it, give it to them. Be nice partners, and then let them counter and do the thing. Okay? Keep going.
No.
Another change. I will roll the two.
I'm gonna throw one-handed.
Okay.
I do a cut too. You can decide what you want to do.
Just play, experiment.
That would actually.
Yeah,
He did that.
like I said.
One more.
There.
Put my hand.
I'm gonna do it right-handed.
Good, very. So let's do like 3 each and then switch. Pretty good. Yeah.
For what?
This one here.
Well, I'm just.
Here.
Just takes time.
If you're not, if it's something you're not used to, it's really kind of a weird thing. Because I've been working with John now for over a decade. So when you throw a cut two at me,
Yeah, if you're doing the opposition, you're
if you throw a two at me, go ahead. I'm gonna
And then I find where flow.
start.
See, that's
But
what
it's because I
there.
I also study Filipino martial arts. I study Kevin Parado.
Yeah.
I study a lot.
So it's for the rain.
It's coming in this direction, so I don't want to be
I'm not like so.
Yeah, that's it, too.
So it'd be a normal,
So it'd be a 2 or it'd be a?
that's a 2. On, in the left hand, that's a 2.
So I'm not like going like one.
It's kind of weird. No, if you switch it up.
I mean,
Cool, so I'll put it in.
alright, here we go. On the same side, same hand, same number. You know, I mean, it's-
Well, the reason is for that is because you really don't know what is and when it comes to reality and combat,
You can go ahead.
15 shows
Right, yeah.
They all have different numbers, but they all have a basic, you know, the 5 card.
yeah, they do. Everybody does those. Every system has that.
And then ours is better. Yes. Basically,
You can get to a point now.
I call this cowabunga.
I tried out with section 44.
Canary Island.
Okay.
It's still all
Now,
the same. It's just named.
One of the things that I really haven't talked much about, and I don't really have a term for it other than well, an envelopment, okay, for those fencers, okay? Okay. So the attack is coming in. I don't care where you're going to throw. Thank you, that's nice. All right. All right. And it's all the scoop is all the way around. That's what you're talking about, right? Scoop is all the way around. There's nothing at all wrong with that, and let me tell you why. That is because the way that our brain works is his left hand is not going to get into play until his mind understands that this stops. Okay? If he's still moving, his mind is still on this moving. We are really crappy at doing what everybody seems to call multitasking, yes. We're not good at that. We tend to do one thing crappy and the other thing half-assed. So if we do this, he's got his brain is still in motion. So that left hand's not coming yet. And by the time I get that out there, I'm now going to get a nice thrust in and finish the job like that. Okay? So, but it's got to be done quick. Right? It can't be like, I'm going to catch it here and then I'm going to slowly push it down because now all of a sudden he's got time to change what he's doing. If I just follow that nice flow and it's done fast, then absolutely he's going to have to follow. It's going to torque his upper body, which changes his base because it moves it and he's not ready for it. Anything he does at that point in time to readjust for that is now his action, his time. Right? So that works just fine. Okay? You gotta do it quick. Right? Smooth all the way there. Cool. Alright. Got it? Let's look at cut 7. It's going to be no different, right? This is coming straight down at my head now. Okay? So again, my opposition is here. Pop that out of the way. Oh, look, I got bound up. No problem. Okay? I can redirect. I could go to the inside too if I want to. I could redirect it this way. But then that puts me inside the box, and that's only if I really want to go there. Okay? Understand also that if by chance I end up, oh shit, and I'm inside that box, that is perfectly fine. It doesn't have to be a full body impact. That into the face cage there is not cool as far as our brain is concerned. Our brain doesn't like anything in these things. Right? That's its little window to the world. It doesn't want anything in there. When something comes in there, what does it do instantly? Pull back. Because the brain is an organ that it wants to live no matter what else happens. right? This is why when we start to freeze to death, it kills off, our extremities go first. Because it's like, they don't need blood, I do. Right? Don't need a leg, you need me. Same concept. Once these things go to my eyes, they're like, the brain's like, no, 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 that's in my space. I'm not here. And it goes back. Well, that's your chance. Now it's my turn again, boom, and I go. So, that's always a good one, as is putting your fingers in someone's mouth. But it works. A, we don't like it. B, you just entered the brain's little world, it doesn't like it either. You automatically go back. And that's their turn. So, if we're going to go to the inside of the box, that's fully acceptable. You don't have to crack a knee, you don't have to, that's perfectly fine. Boom, that's all I need. His head would go back. Now, you notice when I do that, I always shift. I do that to get out of their range and still be in my strike range. So even if he flips his face and tries a desperate throw, he's still going to miss me. That's just a thing that I naturally do. It's something you think about a little more as you do it slowly. You're like, oh yeah, you can't hit me. Right? You get used to it. All right, so cut 7 is straight down. It doesn't matter if you're right-handed, left-handed, so go ahead and just switch it off every so often. All that's going to change is my redirection, whether I'm inside or outside the box. Okay?
It makes the passage.
It does. It
Which
does.
cements it for you.
So let's change partners again. Would you jump with me? Oh, okay.
It disappeared.
Okay, just a second, Frank, he's gonna find his phone and then he'll be with us. Okay.
Here, I'll give you a. Sorry, I worked with the mic, so I'm used to doing the reactions after the fact. I'm not trying
Here, right? So even if say, yeah, so this is,
Oh, no.
It was upside down, so I couldn't see the
Actually, you think you're gonna pick it out of the air?
Yeah, we're stopping
I
it.
think it's not.
Or no.
You were more like picking it out of the air rather
Okay,
than.
right.
Oh, okay.
So it should be more of a.
If you lean back, if I come in like this and move this back like this, opposite was opposite. I can still come in if you're leaning back because you're not on balance.
Oh.
And I think it works, so let's try that again. Better when you're split.
backhand.
Range.
So put one more.
You come back up, but you also can step off to the side.
Okay.
So if I come down, there you go. And then take out of that. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
So we'll go again. I'm just gonna keep throwing them at you. You do what you think you do. But make sure
No, I
you're
appreciate it. I appreciate you know the flaws in my strategy. I guess range, I could do a range. The arm.
I think we all might need to do that for a minute.
Am I missing that?
No, you're doing all of them. Okay, so I'm gonna start either throw 1, 7, or 2. I want you to pick one to do. Okay?
Do you want me to do a couple of these?
That's risky.
Risky?
Okay. Whatever you did, it didn't feel like.
Well, you just would have let it go.
Yeah, I just went out there. So you mean, nice. At some point, like if you're, oh,
Yes.
I was just gonna feint.
when I do that, it's using your momentum.
Because if I come in this way and I get you to move,
But if you've got.
I can flip it.
If you're expecting to do that way.
Yeah.
So if I can get you to move,
Right.
yeah.
So it should be a full movement.
This one here should be, put the back on here, right?
And all that, even though going slow. You know, whatever, but, it's just like, you can't do it over there. It's gotta be
All right.
here.
So in order to get to everywhere we want to get to today and still be able to play with our GunStock at the end, we need to move on a bit, and I'm not gonna really get a chance to do half choke and full choke today, because we need to get into the knife. So how about everybody take a drink of water, because we haven't had a break yet in 2 hours. So everybody take a real quick drink and come back and we'll start incorporating. Well, we're gonna learn knife first, then we'll put them together. All right.
I've done a lot.
Are you local or?
I live in Lansing.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm not familiar with 30 minutes.
Streets.
I didn't know you lived here.
Straight south.
So how long of a drive is that? 3. Oh, geez, let's hook up. Oh my God.
I'm actually very involved. Let's start with the
Well, thank you, because I love it. It's part of it.
I've been involved in it.
So are you working with the Lansing Longsword Field then?
I'm with Ashland.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, Adam, I used to have a place up there called.
I'm doing good, how about yourself?
And when I had to shut it down in 2017.
Is this not okay?
That was the year we called for me. My brother-in-law, my dad died, my wife left me, my brother became.
All in one like it?
Yeah, became in an accident.
We need to work on the flavor. The flavors are so little strong.
Yeah.
I'm a paper taster.
When I have 6 years each. So when I shut my school down, Adam was just moving to Lansing, and Adam's first 5.
I can give him a good fight. Actually, just last year I won the Cooper House tournament. And then
I mean, there's no way for me to pause the live stream.
Oh, okay, so it's just kind of,
But what I can do is I can throw our logo up.
yeah, that's what I mean. So
Yeah,
someone
right.
came in, they wouldn't see
yeah, I know.
Right, they wouldn't see
a
activity.
empty, which they might say, oh, it's over with.
And we just got to stop it. However, right now,
My sparring, my
we don't have anybody on.
Oh, okay.
That's just
I sparked with him like
Yeah, my batteries are.
Adam has this great.
Okay.
He has a more patience than anybody that he can hit. He will wait.
Swords and shenanigans. And we had.
I hope I didn't make you cry.
That was barbecue.
Okay.
You should at the original.
It rained pretty good. So I got to about grass lake.
Really shoots out.
usual not shooters.
Yeah.
Lucky, we took one of his old little,
Yeah.
I was going to that I went around 20+ years. I used meeting me back into, finally the country. Still close enough to.
Yeah, there is something happening.
Something's out there, yep.
You can't
I don't know, you have 100. The 7.62.
Since Colonel Mclemore.
So it's always gonna be a college now.
I'm starting to say, tell my short
That was
immediately said no.
Our John and Steve.
They do need extras.
All right, never bring out sword, do it now.
I have a whole program of like bringing it to fire or whatever.
Great,
So, like,
encourage.
I'll
Like that's,
just fire.
realize that's going out live stream. I killed a child that was live streamed.
Where do you go?
Some boys that I
I gotta grab something.
Way around here somewhere.
have a
Let me
little
describe
water
it.
tank.
Talk about it.
So to shoot something, the water evaporates, but
Where did you go?
He has all the books and everything.
She had a pretty mean mix of Italian and German.
Hey!
You sound angry.
It's true, Cassian.
Minimal. Most of my stuff has been Filipino or
Where are you off?
for the sport fencing.
I win!
Where I live.
All right,
Either, I guess.
let's get nice.
Need to
Very nice.
All right, Cassian, come on, class is starting again.
All right. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start working with the knife, and then we'll incorporate the knife and the hop together. Phil, you got a knife on you? All right. We don't need the hawk at the moment. We've dropped that. Okay. So again, what we're going to do is we'll start out real quick with a cut pattern. It's going to be the same cut pattern though. So thank God for that, right? So it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. I tend to not do it as much when I'm teaching the pattern, but when I normally cut this, you'll notice that my offhand, my empty offhand, if it is empty, goes to where the opening is happening. Okay. So as I'm cutting one, this is beginning to open. Whenever, for those of you who have studied martial arts for a while, you'll understand that when you make an attack, you start to create an area that opens up to your opponent. So if I cut here, this is the line of attack, but this is now an opening line. Okay? So if I do that, I want my left hand, my offhand to cover that opening line. And it should automatically gravitate to the opening area that I'm making by that cut. Right? So anytime you do that, your offhand should be covering up the line that you just opened up by cutting. Is that clear? Does that make sense to everybody? Cool. So just a little bit real quick, zip through that. Do it nice and slow so it's smooth. I'm not impressed by people who can go like, you know, doesn't impress me. If you want to do that, by all means, you're welcome to do it, but I suggest do it nice and slow so you get that flow down. And the movement. Notice that I tend to rotate on the balls of my feet as I'm doing it as well, right? That's because I'm trying to get my hip relation into the cut because it gets more power. Okay?
Yeah, just don't sit here and go.
Yeah. And I'll never be like that in a knife fight because typically when I'm doing that cut, I'm going shit, right? And so I'm moving and trying to cut at something that's coming in at me. Right? So that's why I want my body to naturally move that way as I'm cutting, even when I'm doing a cut pattern. Unless I'm being on the couch watching TV. That's a different story. Yes.
Target is right in the yard.
Actually, the target sort of floats around the whole body. So once again, with the cut pattern, it's the diagonal is number one is simply upper right to lower left. It could be his arm, could be his neck. It could be his hamstring if that's where I'm going. It can be anywhere at all. It's just going to be that diagonal direction. When we are talking about targeting the knife, I want to go for the soft, squishy bits. I don't want to go for the hard thing. The axe doesn't care, as we now know, right? The tomahawk does not care about that. The knife wants to go to soft, squishy bits, right? And the best way we can deal with the human body is the plumbing, right? So our arteries here, 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 here. Those are our best places to hit. You can hit me with a knife here all you want. You're really just going to piss me off unless it's a straight thrust into my descending aorta. Okay? So we want to try to hit those nice soft bits and open up the plumbing. Just like anything else, just like your house, the more pipes that burst, the more the water fills up quickly. Same thing here. It might take 45 seconds for this artery here to bleed out, depending on heart rate. But if I do 3 of them, now it takes much less time. Right? So, the fastest one in the aorta, it's about 13 seconds depending on. That's a hard one to find, though. It's about 6 inches in, depending on lots of factors.
Sawcross.
Right, yeah, exactly. You gotta sever it good for it to like really completely numb. But that's the best one. Now, that said, all right, Steve Huff and I have done numerous workshops where we go, okay, smart pants, because a lot of people will do that kill shot. I'm like, oh no, wait. The best kill shot, we've said, is the descending aorta. Anywhere from 11 to 13 seconds, depending on how my heart rate is, before he blacks out from loss of blood. So we set a timer for 11 seconds and said, let's do it. And he and I will go full tilt. And we usually get 7+ kill shots in on each other again in the time it would take before he would pass out from it. So that means they're not dead when you gave that kill shot. One of the few kill shots I feel comfortable that actually, there you go, that they're dead is if I put that in his eye. Then I'm pretty sure that one shot is enough. But otherwise, yeah, if I can sit between 1 and 2, then I know it's done. But other than that, man, it's so hard. If you just, I just opened up break their artery. That's nice. They got a minute. Maybe depends on their heart rate. They got time.
I think these are unpleasant.
Yeah. So, let's focus on just getting our cut pattern down, get your movement right, get your base solid, and you're doing your cuts. Make sure your offhand is going to close those opening lines up.
Chris?
And then,
Chris?
I want you to switch it to back cuts. Because these are fun and easy.
Bowie knives are nice because they have that
clipped edge.
that clipped edge on the back.
And there's nothing funnier than back cutting someone across the face. It's hilarious.
Put the smile on their face.
My Mclemore used to do that to me all the time, right? He'd open up, I would go in for it like an idiot, he would sidestep, boom! Oh!
And I got caught on the one hand by one in a fight down at the Dog Brothers down in Chicago. The gentleman had been to Colonel Mclemore's shop many years ago when I was here in Lansing. And we did a sparring match after the Colonel passed away, and he got a back flip right on top of my hand.
Steve and I, both the people who run the school of stores now, did a fight at a workshop in New York area earlier. And I was put on by a buddy of ours. And they said, well, we'd like to see you two fight. I'm like, all right. Normally we just do nothing, we just say no head hits. my buddy was like, oh, no, I want to see head hits, so here's a couple of masks. And we went, oh, all right. And so we started the fight, and just like that last scene in, I think, Rocky 2, right, where they both go to they ring the bell and they do the fight, same thing happened. He goes, go, and both of us went, took each other both in the side of the head, right? Just, it's a great shot, it's hard to deal with, too.
It's like a Passat Soto.
Yeah,
It's like you
that's
start
right.
and then it's the angle
Absolutely.
change.
His other favorite one was just a straight shot right there, because seeing this is really hard, right? So those are your those are your two main ones, is a straight shot there to the face and a side shot there with the back cut. They're really hard to deal with. You know, and you know, occasionally we would come down that Colonel used to go, that's fucking dead.
That was actually one of mine as far.
Yep,
Now it's
yep.
straight down.
Well, he's tall enough to do that, you know, I couldn't do it to him. You know, might hit his belly button if I did that.
Just real quick, I used to, when I do it, I'll do a back cut parry and then
And then
snap
snap,
off.
yeah, yep, absolutely, that's a very
Fast and there you
All right, are we ready? Real quick, do your cut pattern, close your lines. I want you to do forward and back cuts.
Did I catch my
Did you lose your gun down in there?
I can't see.
All lines
It's
or?
gone.
Yeah, all right, 1 through 8, 1 through 8.
I need to move.
Frank's going with this as well. So how about left-handed as well? That's gonna really suck.
Anybody who's ever a left-hander knows how much of a fun it is. It is the left-hander.
Punishment for my students has been left-handed back cuts. Cutting cut pattern. I hate this.
I do both.
I do, and you should. But that's the thing is, that if you're gonna level up in the School of Two Swords, you have to be completely ambidextrous.
Everything I do in my ride, I switch to my left.
Have to. Yep. Good, then you won't have any.
Be honest.
Yeah. One point in time, when you just got top surgery.
Yes.
Go. Don't get
I know. It's the other.
Yeah. But that's not done, so.
Yeah.
But I'll definitely, because I don't know anything else.
Hold on. I got paper.
Oh, gotta grab my thumbs that way. Grab my thumbs. And flip over.
Drag some of those lines and hemo people down.
I'll ask.
I need maybe inside.
All right, cool. Let's look at
I need to make it inside.
cut 1.
I need to make it.
So my opponent is coming at me with cut 1. Now, obviously, in large knife, whether it's Bowie or a long knife or whatever, in large knife, I really don't want to dick with this. I don't really want to come in and do this kind of stuff that we do in tactical knife. Right? What I really want to do is just range out and cut the hand off. That's honestly where I really want to go with it. But let's assume for a moment, for whatever reason, I can't do that. So we're going to go ahead and take that shot here. This is my opposition. Okay? Now, I've opposed it. I have covered the line. What else do I need to do? Huh?
Deal with the other hand.
Indeed.
Give them something visual.
There you go.
That's the first thing.
Yep, I need to control the time, right? Definitely want to keep this hand here so I know where that knife is going. So that's controlling the weapon. I don't have to control it by a vice grip on the hand. I shouldn't actually, because he's stronger than me and he'll throw me across the room, right? But just that, no, if he starts to move that, I'll feel it. I know exactly where it's going, so I don't need to clamp it. I just need to keep it there. So if when I do that, if I take that shot at the same time, now I've given him something to think about. There I've controlled the time. Okay? Now I can go ahead and do this kind of a shot out there. Right? Got it? Do you see how that just naturally wrapped around over there too? That control of the weapon turned into a sort of a clamp, right? So that's going to happen only if he doesn't pull back. So let's say he really feels that. Let's say I got that good and deep. He's going to naturally pull back from that. I won't be able to clamp that anymore. No problem. Just keep that line open as I shove this up inside, right? And then rip out and take that shot there. Okay? And you think, well, of course he's going to pull back. Holy shit, you just hit it with all our depth? Not necessarily. I know a lot of people been stabbed and say it didn't feel like anything, like somebody punched me, right? A lot of these hits just feel like a hit. Then they look down and they're just pouring blood, right? I did some leather work whenever I was working on a big, thick sewing needle and trying to get the damn leather pushed down onto that needle, and it went straight up my finger. Shot straight through this. I'm like, hold it. Didn't feel it. I just felt an impact. Then I saw it sticking out of my finger and just yanked it out. I was like, oh, that's gonna suck later, right? So that's the point. This stuff can happen and you just go, you don't feel it. You feel an impact. And you're like, okay, there it is.
Well,
Right?
like we went to your house and stuff, and we went to go grab those weapons and stuff that one day, and I looked down, and my arm was
Piss and blood.
just pissing blood out of it. I'm like, where the hell? Nothing touched me. His dog jumped up on me at one time, didn't even know it.
Just cut it open.
Just cut it open, nobody knew it.
So that's kind of the thing, is it's like that hit I did might or might not be that controlling of the time. It may or may not. That's why I want to continue instant hits. I don't want to just cover it and go, ha ha, I got the hit and I'm controlled. I what? No. I want that, and I clamp as I come in at him in case that didn't take his attention enough. I know that will. Yep.
Don't admire your work.
Yeah, exactly. I don't admire my work until it's over. I mean, unless like when I was fencing one time, that for some reason the dude put his hand up like that to cover, and the rapier hit here, smacked it into his helmet, and I'm like, if that was a real fight, it would be stuck there, and I'd leave it. I'd like walk away and leave my sword, like that's art, right? He's on the ground like this with a sword in his head. I want the cop to go, oh, that's
That's where you take out your phone.
yeah, right? So that's kind of what I'm looking at here is don't bother admiring your work till it's over. Colonel always used to say, dying is a long way from dead, so let's make sure they're dead before we start looking back and going, that was some sweet work out here. Cool. All right, so partner up, and cut one is the attack. I want you to oppose it along with giving them something to think about, so controlling the time, controlling the weapon, that kind of stuff. Got it? Play ball.
That's all.
Yeah, I was scared.
Yes, you're recuperating. I understand.
You're the one who printed it. I'll give you one.
That's right.
Yeah,
One more, was like reach.
I'm gonna stop. Sorry about that.
Yeah. It's just like, it's like a whole flow into it.
Look, I'll give you that.
Fair enough, fair enough. All right.
See, I'm not-
I'm not saying that, I'm just not. Alright, give me one. Let's see. Alright, we still got this.
you're going there.
See, I got both of those. I don't need it.
Think about it. That makes a lot of sense.
Oh, yeah.
It's very.
Yes. Step in.
I wouldn't even bother like here, you can do that. Your hand just thrust it and come around.
Oh, good.
I take that.
Okay, I didn't know.
Yeah, see, how fast.
I didn't know if we were one. You're doing all the feet.
Wait, no, yeah. Here.
I do that one because I can hit the leg, then come right up, or come around.
You still
All right,
get control.
got to turn here.
The only thing you gotta do.
Well, I mean, it can, right? So basically, that means I have to step out. So if you go ahead and try that, right?
I might even try to swing her.
Yeah, so I'll put you and I'll do a back up. Wait, hey, John, there's a quick question here, and I know you know this, so I'm just kidding. The way, like, is basically you can do the whole front one here, but when you do a back cut, it actually adds range.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
So, and also, so somewhere, you know, even if you're here, right, no, and if I'm here, back cut, yes. So it adds just a little bit more range. Yep. So even if I come at you, that means you're gonna have to step off. All right.
No, absolutely, absolutely. It's like,
Here's like going to the inside. Can you?
like when I do,
But I mean, I'm just,
It's
good
safety
stuff.
wise, yeah.
like that.
That's another reason why I love the booty.
So what you're doing is a lot more used in dueling than just sort of street fighting.
Yeah, I do both. I just, because I teach and I like to spar.
Yeah.
We had, we were just trying to, sort of, whether I would just.
Oh, yeah. That's like scary.
This is like a 1, 2. Where?
That's the opposition. That's the nice thing. So you use that hand, that's the opposition, you're controlling the weapon.
Okay, make sure you are switching between right hand and left hand. Yay!
Go ahead and give me a.
Give one.
Yeah, actually.
It will still be your upper right, actually left-handed.
Pardon?
It's left-handed, it feels more comfortable to you.
Oh, yeah. But I've only had 2, maybe 3 left-handed training partners in 50 years. So I have so much right hand that I feel it's my
Now you're.
Now I'm right-handed. You just have a glass top stove, you just go and stay lit when you're turned off, so.
I get
It would be hard like that. I mean, I have like literally burned my hand veins over my hand. And so growing up, half a dozen times, I had to use my left hand, so I'm kind of having
We can switch it with, we can do both. So like even if you, now give me a 2.
so many right-handed.
I don't think John wants to try it. We'll wait. I was just like, we were just curious if we wanted to switch to both.
Yeah, but absolutely, you can go both left hand, one right, one left. You should try and get as much as we can in this, so you understand how to deal with it.
I didn't
Can't really
really
throw it.
Appreciate it. Nope, absolutely.
So yeah, go ahead and give me a
Bang!
2.
And first, right
So
on,
you're gonna come in, you want it left?
they'll crack you like a coconut with a buoy. Weights in the blade, bang!
Especially with the Bowie knives over there.
Alright, so now I'll
Also, Bowie knives are bigger. See,
And 3rd degree.
one, I don't like fighting this way.
I think so.
I hate fighting this way.
Yeah.
I hate fighting, especially you, I hate fighting this way. Because I don't like.
You're just there.
I would always.
I'm looking at it.
Yeah, I know I hurt.
Because you don't want to make a mistake.
Guys, you're not taking it out of my hand today.
I don't want to put it here and go, no, I get cut your own hand.
No, I don't.
So here we go, so I'm going to coach you. So blade, cut. Yeah, that's nice.
And I feel like you still gotta let this up.
Get back to. I got Bowie knife. I mean, yeah, but I don't got Bowie stuff.
Yeah, you probably have to.
Would you try that? Oh, yeah. That's, you know, if you got caught down, yeah. I would, the back edge of Okay, hold on for a second. Guys, one of the things that we can do is large knife.
Hang on, guys.
One of the things that we can do with large knife that we can't do so much with our tactical knives. Again, I don't necessarily suggest it as, hey, this is great to do. Okay? But in a oh shit moment, absolutely, it's perfectly acceptable. Using the back edge of this blade as a pivot, right? This is not a weapon where he doesn't cut one, I will carry it like a sword. That is not the case, right? Even though this is a larger knife, it's still not what we do. But I will do that. And then drive that point straight in, right? So this type of action, which in most of your dueling saber, probably turned the fencing saber, but is it a 6-inch? Yeah. Yep. See, so that kind of action is, and even this way too, right? So if he's coming in, boom, right? So you can certainly use those in your redirection, and I suggest that you incorporate them in what you're doing now. So now it's not just opposition, now it's oppose or redirect, if you haven't already done so. Right? Go ahead and get into that. But make certain when you redirect, okay? All right? When I redirect, I don't then cock and go. The redirect should set you up to go right in. Okay?
Because he'll be coming back.
Yeah, exactly. Listen to your knife. It'll tell you where it wants to go. Because it's already there. It doesn't want to come back and go. It's like, I'm right here, man. Let's put it right in his chest. Okay, there you go. Right? It should feel natural where it goes next. It shouldn't feel like you have to force it to go there. If that makes sense. Listen. Okay? All right, cool. Play a little bit with some redirection.
My favorite.
Oh, it is.
It is quite
Oh, it
We'll
is.
be free.
Okay. Hopefully, you should.
Guys, can Frank jump in on a round robin with you guys?
Yeah. Sorry, what was your question?
Are you aiming for the hand?
No, I usually try to go for the blade, but if I hit the hand.
I'll take that, yeah. Because you're probably still going to.
If I didn't drop my.
So like if you come in really slow, right? I'm gonna hit the hand, it does the same motion as just hitting actually for control.
No, I mean, I might
I aim for the blade also, but as long as I get that somewhere on there, I don't.
Well, yeah, so I just go for the blade. So, why don't you guys go?
Okay. I'm going to take your team just a little bit. He likes jumping off.
Here. You're just really efficient. I'll take you. Maybe I should. You should.
Yeah, cool.
I got a glove if you want. I mean, I got one. So, did you attack him? Yes. Oh, okay. Now you guys are so I'll
Those were pointing in towards you.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
All right, give me a
Okay. Go funny side. We're supposed to be serious.
Oh, sorry.
No.
I guess that's a, but I mean, it's for more than 30 seconds. Do something.
Oh, back to it, or reverse it.
Try it again.
Shake it up, so I'll tap you.
So if you come in like that, and I go here, and you just.
All right, good. Did we ever get a
Thanks,
chance
man.
to do
Appreciate
this? Right, left-handed, things like that?
Oh, go ahead, Marvin, or.
All right. A little bit longer, make sure you do left-hand
Here,
also.
here, I'll throw.
So you
wanna jump in? So I'll throw some.
Oh, I thought he was showing something.
Nope, no.
Okay.
So I'll just do a few here with the left. Yeah, back.
I'm trying to do it much more.
So what you want to do here?
Ah!
You're going to the inside,
Yes.
so you want to. Thank you. Thank you. Just come down. There it is. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, for sure. Thank you. Yeah.
See how much easier?
Yes.
Safer.
Hitting with that other hand.
That is a thing of beauty. So,
Just like opens. So if I do that.
Okay, all right, let's look at cut 2, right? Start with right hand versus right hand, cut 2 coming in. All right, so it's going to come in here. I'm going to sidestep. I tend to do it this way. It's a personal thing. You can certainly do that if you want, parallel, and then drive in. I just, for whatever reason, I tend to cross my hands. It's a personal thing, I don't really care. So that would be my opposition. The cool thing is I'm already on the outside of the box, so I really don't have anything to worry about there. I can spend all day shopping that candy store there. If I'm going to redirect this one as that comes in, I probably want to pop that way. And notice that when I do that, once I've got that cleared, right, I'm going to move to the side and take that so I'm away from that left hand. So as that comes in here, I pop it, get hold of it, and then come and do my work, okay? I could pop it this way. The thing is, it's just, that's hard to hit. That angle is really hard to hit. I don't know that I want to risk that. I would much rather come up from below and pop that over, right? So, and I've seen some of us are planning to do some reverse grip stuff. That's all well and fine. We will definitely be doing so when we get into hawk and knife, because that's literally how I fight, is reverse grip knife with the hawk. Though you can also fight standard grip, it doesn't matter to me. But when you're just dealing with, I have a large knife, be it Bowie or Long Hunter or whatever. I've got a large knife. The very first time I ever met the colonel, I said to him, like, we got done with class, and I'm like, okay, so what's, what do you take on the reverse grip? What do you, oh, I hope some comes to me with a reverse grip. I'll cut his goddamn hand off. And I'm like, thank you. Excellent. And off I walk. No shortage of precise words out of that man. All right, so yeah, you can do reverse grip, but there's you just took your measure away. These knives are 10 to 13 inches long. You just took that measure away, right? So there's no use for that unless you happen to have a secondary weapon, and you're going to do that in that regard. Were I to have two long knives, two large knives, hell yes, I would do one here and one here. But I am not right now. Right now I'm single weapon. So cut 2's coming in. It's coming in to this side. I'm going to either oppose it this way, or I'm going to redirect it up this way and follow through by moving off to the side, so I'm going to clear myself of that. Is that pretty clear to everybody? Yes, sir. Okay, if I do it left-handed, what changes? Not really anything. Go ahead.
Left hand on both sides.
Oh, I'm doing it left against your right. So you're still cutting that, yeah. So nothing changes. I'm still on the outside. That doesn't matter. right? This doesn't matter either, other than the fact that now I've got to deal with this, okay? So if I'm going to do that way, right, boom, I need to cover that line. Yeah, okay, so if he's left-handed, things change again. So just take those moments when he does that cut, right? I'm going to right-handed. Take those moments, boom, to figure out what you need to do. That was simple. It was just a stop, boom, cut. But as you notice, when I did it, I then immediately sidestepped here so that I could stay away from that offhand. If I'm going to redirect that one, it's I redirect it outside the box. Yay.
The other one takes his balance a little too.
Exactly, exactly. So, play with those, get those feels. Right hand, left hand, both of you. Attack right hand, right hand, left hand. Got it? All right. You can jump back into Chris now. Cool. Play. Two.
Sorry, my bad.
That's a one.
Yeah, that's your shield.
My right.
Okay, that's what.
And if you have to go on the inside, so basically,
So the way he did it was.
we have
Yep.
so like if you give me a two,
Oh, right.
if you do one, then it's coming in.
Well, I mean, it's better than scale.
So I'll feed you the two and then.
Oh, we're worried about that.
Oh, yeah, when you're, when like.
You can hear this, nothing.
Not really. I mean, it's, you know, if the guy's hesitant on the attack, but it's.
Actually,
It's like he's picking it out of the sky.
I mean, unless you throw your 2 minutes to the most people can't do that, so.
I can't do,
Military back, see how
yeah, small group. That's part of the range.
Yeah, that's fine, you know, I just don't play the sword, but long sword.
Can't.
Can't do it.
I thought we were going to help. No.
oh, that's so exciting. That's all right.
I should stay quiet.
One more? Switch roll.
Maybe if I had it on my lap.
Cool. I'll upload it.
Yeah.
Well, there's not much, I mean, you could come here, come here. I mean, but you could come here maybe.
I'm always like the outside.
To me,
Did you want to throw it too?
yeah, you're just gonna try it.
It's kind of the same thing, isn't it?
And I don't like that.
Because what you're doing is,
No, if you're attacking,
Try that again.
you're locking.
what you're doing is you're forcing this.
Yeah, and it's not a good idea.
No, I wouldn't buy any blade, I'm gonna swipe it across the
Come
finger.
in, and
The
I
only thing, like the difference is like, normally, I am like the shortest guy ever. Actually, just PC like I'm always.
I would be near, but I don't, so if you give me a two, right, if you want to do something with it, just block it here,
Yeah.
okay?
I don't like,
Just block it, bring it low.
I mean, anytime something's going on, like,
I'm always saying, you want doing it, and it's trying to stab you with that.
You could do that too.
It is longer though. Yeah, it is the fastest reaction though is for you to actually. Here.
Just let it stay that. So now I'll feed you a one, so you can have that inside.
No, I did not. Oh. Yeah, but you just slice my hand now. Do that.
Yeah, the weight's coming. You know, it just doesn't.
Hey,
start out there.
Well,
okay? I've got a couple of different options here. So for opposition, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna put this up here, but I'm gonna do both of them at the same time so I can get that cut that I want, okay? So that comes down here, it cuts there, and then I'm gonna continue that stab and cut sort of combination there. Notice that without even a thought, really, as that cleared, and this is pushing it out of the way to open this up for me, it just rolls right nicely down into a clamp, right? And it does that, I do that without thinking much about it, I scoop that up in there to save that, to control that weapon, okay? So that's gonna be my opposition to that. And my redirection for that can be either way. It can be here or it can be to the inside of the box. Inside of the box, however, I want to range my way out of here so that that can't do anything. It might possibly stop that attack coming in, which is why I don't really want to redirect to inside the box, but that's another option. Once I knocked that over there, I reached in for it, came out to my left side, getting away from their left hand and then taking that shot to the neck, right?
If you're catching steel to meat on the redirect, that's going to take all the sting off that other hand.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, right? So I can, there's all sorts, I can redirect it that way with a nice cut to that inside arm and sidestep and take that shot, right?
Can you show how it is if you're left-handed, he's right-handed?
Sure. Right? So that comes in here. I'm going to go to the outside of the box there. I'm covering that here still as that's coming across the face. Okay. Because once I did that, it just chambered it for his face there. Right? And that's where the knife wanted to go. It would be crappy for me to pull down now and go in here. That's a two-time move. It takes two actions. I don't want to do that. My knife doesn't want to do that. It said so. It wants to go right here. Right? Okay. It's like, cut his throat. Okay. It's just, tell a story. I was doing that in Germany once. The workshop I was teaching there. And I was just like, boom. And so I was teaching a workshop in German. So I said, wo geht ihr jetzt hin? I said, im Haustien. And I got done doing the thing and I looked around and all the Germans are like, right? They just had these big eyes like, what's wrong with you?
They're not used to that.
Oh no, they're not used to that kind of crap, and I'm like, oh, okay. Just do the drill. Sorry. Right, it is. I did, but that's the interesting thing. The more you go around to different cultures, you'll find all sorts of fun stuff. I did a bow and arrow class in Leeds, England, and it was a shortened class. It was an hour, and I'm like, okay, I don't have time to go into the history of Bowie and the Bowie knife. So, because we only have an hour. So if you really want to know about Jim Bowie and whatnot, just pull me up in the pub later on. We'll go chit and have a wonderful talk about it over some beers. And it was like this complete stoic. And my buddy who brought me in just kind of comes over and goes, "You realize what you just said?" He goes, "You said pull you off in the pub, and you'll tell them about Jim Bowie." I'm like, well, yeah. I mean, if they do that, I'll tell them whatever they want. And they all lost it then, and they were like, "That's when we liked you. When you were that cool about what you did." I'm like, "Oh, all right, that's cool." Weird. So, yeah, you just gotta watch kind of how you say things in various workshops. So, when you cut 7, right hand, left hand, opposition and redirection. If the opposition is no change though. If boom, I'm in left hand, I'm just now going to swing that to his inside and still do here. If he's in left hand, I'm in left hand, right? But now when I open it, I have to come in deep so that he has no measure, or so the measure is closed and he's got no chronological time to deal with that. Otherwise, what I get is this, boom, and then he's going to grab that. And now we're in grips. Right? And I don't want to be in grips with a large knife. I really want to take that shot, cut that wrist, come in deep, and take that shot there. Okay? If I'm redirecting left to left, I'm going to go to the outside of that box. Boom. Right? That doesn't matter. And if I'm right-handed and he's left and he's coming down, and I'm doing that opposition, again, I'm outside the box. Got it? Okay, so right hand, left hand both. Attacker and defender. Cut 7 for a couple minutes, and then what I want us to do, we're going to switch to, I don't care what your opponent throws at you. It can be a 1, a 2, or a 7, but they're not going to tell you. You're just going to deal with it. In your own way, redirection or opposition, I don't care. Make sure they're dead at the end of it. Got it? All right, start this out. Okay.
That's a 7. Coming in.
Yeah, do, because I'll keep having.
I know, that's why I said, I'm going, 12:30, John, 12:30. Go ahead.
We're actually throwing 3. 7, 2,
Well, right now we're just doing 7. Oh, let's just do 7 right
did I
now.
hear you wrong? Okay.
Once we get that down, then you can choose whichever one you want to do.
No, I thought you said we were throwing all 3.
More than switch.
Too fast.
All I gotta do is put my hand up.
Until instead of making this, I make a more.
More, yeah. And bottom, that would be, when you strike with the player.
Just a snap up and out.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna really do it that much, but I'll try.
Yeah, let's see, anyway, you do that.
No, get away from the cameras.
Get
away from the camera.
But still, you want to practice with all.
Yeah, you gotta practice with all heights, everywhere.
Keep trying with your right hand.
One more on this one?
Try to go on this one.
I'm not sure. John?
Yeah, what I do. I've always wanted to try. My girlfriend doesn't want me to do it.
Would you only go inside a two-rod position?
I'm 49.
If you're
You know, it depends on a lot of scenarios. If I find that this
I'm gonna keep doing it.
And like our Midwest staff,
he's going to get it's gonna be very difficult for him to deal with
Especially if you stick with it.
Yep.
Jennings is a friend of mine.
That guy don't never stop. That guy down there.
Yeah, Keith Jennings and I used to hang out. We had a falling out. But
Yeah.
even I used
He
to
was
friends.
like a little Walter Payton guy, and he didn't even work there. That pissed me off. His buddy was about, he's right, and I'm sticking with him. And later my buddy's, what were you gonna do? I said, I have no idea, but I know I wasn't gonna step back. As soon as I stepped back, he was gonna block me.
Yeah.
Well, the guy is Douglas Wagner.
Well, this isn't the kind of strike you're gonna get
Carlos is a good friend of mine.
from a trained person. This isn't, I call it, I'm a gun.
Yeah, my kid, she's a friend of mine. Yeah, I trained. I've been a full instructor in Russian Lake Guns.
That's pretty ski.
He's kind of put it away. Keith has kind of.
Whether it's a tire iron or, but it's a, I'm a gun. I'm a gun, smash you.
A lot of technical stuff, a lot of
Caveman. It's the basic, it's the most basic fight there is.
When we first started, 7 years ago, we went to did a knife fight. You know, we got stuck together. Go ahead and use it. And you can tell he was. Yeah, and he's, I've done fencing.
Well, that way I can do that.
No, that's why I that long stance anymore.
Keith and I.
All right, okay.
He's my sword instructor.
All right, just a couple of minutes, because we've got too long to talk in tonight. I want you all to take a couple of minutes where your partner throws whatever they want. 1, 2, or 7, right or left hand, don't care, and you deal with it. So, be a good partner, do it slow. Don't tell them what you're doing first, but do it slow enough to where they can go like, okay, got it, boom. Okay?
So,
Speed is not an issue. Go.
So throw one more of the switch. So yeah, puño, palm.
All I see is this red pencil going behind me.
Oh, yeah.
It's not one of the three.
Yeah, we need to be trusting.
I knew I'd throw a lot. Full on words.
Cool, back to you.
How about 3 minutes, John?
Nice.
Honestly, it keeps it simple sometimes.
Yeah. That's what people are gonna remember in their real world. Unless you train all day. That's what you train.
Here. And give it.
One more.
Slow knife penetrates the shield.
Oh, is that?
Well, it's just something different. You know, and the guy goes right on by. Because you sold it.
Really?
And then just stop for a second and he goes, whoo!
Yep.
And he's crossed up.
Yep.
Maybe. It's all maybe. It's gotta work eventually.
I would love to join.
I'm just used to it.
I feel that.
Join on Sundays.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
So it's like,
Okay.
You got me like,
Thanks. Thank you. Appreciate you.
you got me twice now. I'm gonna
All right.
there's like people are training these ways for 3 minutes.
So,
Thank you.
grab off.
All right.
Let's put this together. You know what never gets old is the smiles when people would all of a sudden get to and they're like, yes. That's like that Sweeney Todd song, my hand is not complete. Yep. All right, so what we're gonna look at here, I don't care how you do this, all right? You can choose hawk in the right hand, hawk in the left, knife, reverse grip, knife, standard grip. That doesn't matter to me. I fight like this, that's just me. You may fight how you wish. My daughter fights like this because she's a knife person more than a hawk person. I kind of disowned her for a bit, but I got over it and everything's okay now. But this is how I fight. You may fight how you wish. Okay? What we want to look at now is the general concept. We've worked already on butt and tomahawk attacks and their responses and so on and so forth. We've worked with knife. What we want to do now is put them together. Not a whole lot's going to change because combat theory is the king of this game. And that means that the same thing happens. The attack comes in, I have to cover that line of attack. I have to close or control their weapon, and I have to control the time. Okay? And I can only do one of three things. Opposition, redirection, or ranging. That's it. So, nothing changes other than now I've got two things here, and it gives me a little more options in what I'm doing. So he comes in on that attack one. If I'm going to do opposition, it's going to be here. Okay? Now I can't just do that and go, ah, I opposed you, I win, because he's going to stab me. Right? So, what I would prefer to do at this point in time is, it comes in, I cover it, and I close that line by swooping it off to the side. Right? So it's basically an opposition that leads right into a redirection. Okay? So, cover that line. It's a reinforced parry with my blade under here, giving me some support. And it pops over as we stab there, punch, and we call it good. Is that all right? Let's play with that one. Then I'll go backwards a little bit and show you the cut pattern, because damn it. Let's do that first, sorry. No new cut pattern, so it'll be simple and easy. We'll run through it very, very quickly, but you're going to add this into it now. So now we're going to be going 1, 2, just like we did earlier, but you're now going to cut with that and then stab. 3, 4, I'm going to slice, stab. 5, 6, slice, stab. 7, 8, slice, stab. Okay? So it's the same thing if you're standard grip, it doesn't matter. Right? 1, 2, slice, stab. Right? Doesn't matter. So, now I just want you to do the cut pattern and movement with it so that you will get used to using 2 hands. Most of us who use one-hand weapon on a regular basis, once you put 2 in there, this one just sort of disappears as you're doing all this crap. And this sits to the side, right? So I want you to get used to using it in tandem. Go ahead. At your own pace. All right, let me help for a second. Footwork is key. Just like earlier on, when I cut here, my right foot leads. 1, 2, okay? Then I should end up in this cut with my left foot still there. So that when I go to 3, 4, my feet can lead. 5, 6, cut. Now, if I end up going, say like I go 5, 6, and then I cut, first of all, I feel awkward because I'm walking that way, but my hands are going this way. Second of all, once I go back, so cut, stab, now I'm doing 7, which means I kind of should do this, or I could, it's just, I'm so discombobulated. No, so don't take another step on the cut, stab. Right? So 1, 2, cut, stab. I'm already left foot forward the way we got this pattern, which is where I really should be when I'm bringing this left-handed weapon out. Does that make sense? Yep. It's all about body mechanics. Can you cut somebody with the right foot forward like this? Sure you can. Absolutely. I'll do it if I have to. I'm just going to be crossing myself and awkward.
And if you want to feel a little bit different, close your eyes. Because then you're not looking where you're going.
Sure.
It makes it easier, to be honest. Because when you have your eyes open, you're thinking about what you're doing. So if you close your eyes, you actually walk more naturally. It's kind of screwed up.
You were throwing that left foot.
I just don't want someone to get in my way.
Yeah, that's why I'm watching him.
That's what I'm glad we had.
1, 2, and as the whole thing is happening, 2's going down, the foot's moving, and the cut's going, all same time. And you are a different enigma, because you're left-handed.
Yes, but I still should be right foot forward on 1.
Yes.
1.
But look at the line you struck. I was watching this, you walk straight down the line.
I think.
It gives you a different perspective of how to move.
Absolutely.
I know, I'm 3 next.
Yeah,
So-
it's one of those things you go,
It's
what?
the
Close your eyes,
same
what?
foot
No.
movement, even though I'm using it in my left hand.
Yeah, it is.
John had us do that when we were fencing. I hated it.
Yeah, I had to think about that when you were talking, and then I realized it doesn't matter being left or right, the foot still.
Yep, still got to follow. Yeah, Steve and I made people do that in the advanced classes. Like, go backwards now. Go backwards. Son, bitch, I hate that.
They usually tell you that when you tell them to switch hands.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that.
get a lot of hate.
Yeah, I know you do. I used to be one of them.
Okay, I think that's probably solid. I think everybody's doing a good enough job with that. Again, you won't be doing a whole lot of forward action in a hawk fight. It's pretty much just boom, 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 and someone's dead within usually 3-4 moves. That's just all there is to it.
I know I'm standing
So
in front of
there's
this
not a
camera.
whole lot of.
Pardon me?
I know I'm
walking
standing in
and
front of this
moving
camera.
and stuff. So back to our one cut again. He's coming in on that attack. I'm doing the opposition here. The minute that impacts at all, that body rotates over and I take that shot. Because if I even wait for a second, remember we talked about the brain went, oh look, that stopped. Time to go to the left hand. And it does. Instantly. And that's an instant switch. Boy, the minute that stops, the brain's like, look in, because it's waiting for it. You can't do it while it's still moving. At least not very well. So that's why when I do that, it's really more of a redirection with a little bit of opposition involved, right? So there's that one. There is the complete redirection, which is the same thing we've been doing, right? That comes in, pop. But as I do that redirection, my whole body continues, and I take that shot to the head, boom, pop, right? So there's that one. Let's go that far right now. Let's just do one opposition, one redirection. And I'll look at another one in a second. Cool? All right, partner up.
Switch partners.
Oh, thank you. I didn't think of that. Switch partners.
If you haven't worked with someone, find someone you haven't worked with.
Together.
Well,
Or have you all worked with each other?
I haven't worked with that.
Phil?
Yeah.
Frank?
Cool.
She hasn't worked with
No
Phil.
sequence, right?
Frank, I'll work with it. Frank, I'll work with it.
Frank?
Well, you put the cha-cha.
Okay,
Give me 3 in a row and then we're.
I guess we're working together then.
Yep.
okay.
Someone for one.
Okay.
I'll attack one.
Try doing it for each.
Oh, the reinforced way, okay.
There you go.
Just got one. Just got one.
You're left-handed, take it.
You can so opposition here, as soon as you oppose it, you rotate your body over so that and then redirect it.
John had it like that, I'll say, you control it, and you got, okay. Number one.
All right.
Okay, what you did, there.
Range this way.
All right.
Situational.
So you're gonna stand.
Okay.
Every fencing master will tell you the throttle is more deadly than
There you
the
go.
scout spots.
Then you can hit the hit.
I'll take whatever.
Beautiful.
And this is a different animal.
You can hit the arm.
Well, it's whatever flow.
Nice.
Right. Pretty sure I don't hear These?
He made a comment earlier, beside the blue worm. And they're like, no.
That's why I don't do much of the.
Depends on down here, absolutely.
They don't have safer versions.
That's
a big deal. Because you're right, in that sense. Basically, a lot of guys I know.
I'll care later. Next couple of weeks, when I try to breathe, I'll care about that. In the moment, though.
I like saying.
I meant from an actual.
But nobody, yeah, you can actually,
I watch it.
that's a problem, right? Then I'll pay attention again.
Sounds like it could be this year.
Make sure you have that reinforced slot.
Oh, the reinforced one.
Kill.
Right there with the knife, so I had to kind of.
It's just so surprisingly quick.
You're human
That's why you train so you can be kind of aware of it.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
It was cool here.
Wow.
But as you were
So
doing
brain
so,
was so important.
I would have.
Okay, let's play with another one.
Thanks.
You had called, and I'm in the middle of I'm in the middle of live streaming a workshop,
All right.
but I'm not actually
So,
in the workshop.
Cup one's coming in, so he's bringing attack. Cup one, I'm gonna take that shot right there, which will stop him cold. I guarantee you. And no, that axe will not continue its motion. It does not happen that way. He literally will fire back and let that.
I have, but I
and then-
realized I may have sent it,
Right? If
may
I
have
do
just
it well
replied
enough, if I get
and sent it
skeletal
back to the
alignment,
address
means
that
I
doesn't
turn
seem to be
everything
able to
into,
receive
and my hip
anything
changes,
from me.
and I hit that hard enough there, I
in terms of
immediately
attachments.
separate that shoulder in the process.
I am checking.
And then that fight is finished, okay? Is it hard? No, because my target is literally this whole area here. It's hard to actually miss.
Hang on.
I might not get right in the socket, but I'll get enough to where he's stopped. That is not happening. And I can either do a real quick boom boom there, or once that hits there, he's not coming with that left hand right there. I guarantee it.
Sent mail.
I've been hit like this. It sucks. He will probably actually be on his ass. If not, he'll be that.
Oh, that's
And
odd.
the minute he does that is when this comes in.
Okay, so I sent it to.
Right?
And you got that for safety.
Oh, hell yes I did. Yeah.
You're all,
Yeah.
you're gonna hold it up.
Steve Huff and I used to do this at a workshop. I put on
11
loaders, and he
a.m.
would go, not even full, he would just,
Do again.
he wouldn't actually put power into it. He would just extend it out. And I would typically fall down on my butt. One
Yes,
time,
thebarbeau@yahoo.com.
we heard this at when it hit, and I was like,
It's on its way.
please tell me that's the wooden head.
And I'm at the studio, so
And he
I'm at the
grabbed me.
studio, so it should have sent virtually instantly.
Oh, awesome. Great. And we continued the class, and after a while, that head fell off.
Hold while
Oh,
you-
it was! So, guaranteed, take that shot, but if I do it this way, it's not going
I
to
did.
work, because look at that horrible skeletal one. It has to be rotate and
Hang on,
extend so that I've got
I'm
that
opening
going on,
it to check.
right? Yeah, and I still, then I got the measure still. He's got long arms, and he's still not gonna get it, right? So, now play with that one, slow, because it hurts.
This is one of my
Right. I know, I figured you'd like it. Play with that
He's
one.
got one. I hate
You can
that.
also hit him in the throat. The throat's just as acceptable, or the teeth, or anything like that. So, anything here.
It
Yeah.
doesn't matter if you got me or
Save
not.
this and send it.
Because I'm turning my body.
Yeah, but here's the thing though. You can punch me.
Well, that was terrible. I was doing the
That's
exact.
how short my arms
I
are.
have multi arms.
No, I just naturally have short arms.
And I have naturally longer arms.
I was a competitive compound ball shooter for years, and my arrows look like crossbow bolts because I only have a 24-inch draw. So I only have a 2-foot draw, and I'm like, you got arm here and arm here. I'm like,
Let's save it as
you
a.
get crossbow? No, I don't.
I mean, you feed me?
Ready?
I remember, instead of this,
Right.
Probably better.
Aiming for like this whole meaty area.
just in case I don't get the
Like if
reaction,
you turn sideways, like that, like line your arms up.
still here.
Now, keep your arms straight out. I can push on you.
That's definitely a better idea than me.
You're not I mean, I literally push him against this like.
It's just, yeah, it's just.
Because what it does is it strengthens your body. So when you throw a strike at me,
So it's like,
You next.
throw a strike, I just go right there,
That's something else to you.
lean, push.
so
I'm barely holding this.
slice. It's so nice.
You're saving that. Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I didn't kill the guy.
I gotta cut the end of my arm. Oh, that's fine.
This is just.
If I don't drop a weapon, I'll
There you go.
typically I take a Dremel, it's like a big Dremel saw.
In cortada, it's soft silk is the one we
Checking it.
I know it's so much sort of. That's the cortada.
If I was gonna block it.
I got to say that I screwed up terms when I said the sound so quick.
If I failed.
We call it solar server.
They took care of it before I go further into the house.
3-point stop.
Yeah, this too.
HOA.
I hate that.
We are kind of beautiful when you get it. When you get it, it's one of my favorites. Like run on my
This first and this.
Okay, all right. So we're running a little behind. I'd like to do some working with the.
All right.
But I don't have time. So let's look at cut 2.
It's on its way.
All right, so cut 2 is going to come in here. I'm going to go ahead and cover that line with this. Right? Again, it's all going to be one action. This is not going to be like, boom, ha, I won. Right? It's one action. So I stop that line, you go right down with it. So as I hit, I just do that. And this will end up in the chest. Boom. And then pull back out, take that shot there.
Show it again, please.
Yep. Let's rotate.
Yes.
It's coming in here, I'm covering that line here, popping down with my hawk.
So I
and
now
extending here,
changed the
and
name
then I'll come
to
back
the revision date.
to
So we
finish that
know
off.
what version
All
we're
right,
sending.
if I'm gonna redirect that one,
Okay, so that's
All
the
right.
2023
hop here,
March 25th.
but as soon as I do that,
1
in
PM
comes that.
Revision.
Guaranteed, I'm gonna come back and chop with that and keep this up here in case that comes in for a
Of
shot
course,
at
Dad,
that
I'm sorry
neck.
about the confusion on that.
Notice as
I'll
I'm
try
getting
remember
closer
not
to
send
him,
it to the wrong
because if I do this,
All right.
right, if I stop that and I take that, now he comes back with that hawk, he doesn't really have much to deal with. Because I'm so
Absolutely. I
close.
love
If I was out here, he could get a good swing with that hawk and I'd be in trouble. But I'm close, so I can run that blade across the throat, but the
Quorum,
hawk
no
is not
quorum
really
will
gonna be
still
much
change.
of a
So
problem.
when you hit quorum, it'll change from
Most
no
is gonna
quorum
hit something
to
like
quorum.
that. That'll hurt. There's no, it's gonna suck. But not
You
as
got
much
it.
as his day
Like you
sucks
said.
with the big open gash in the throat.
Not for much longer.
Not much longer. His day will be better, right? So that's what we want to do with that. So opposition, down and in, redirection, pop that over. Now, I'm gonna take a little page out of your book here. Another redirection I can do here. It comes in here. I'm going to drop that down and scoop it. Now, less problem with that. Because I scoop that out of the way, I'm stepping sideways. Okay? So that is literally an envelopment. And then sidestep in the direction of the envelopment so I can take that neck. Got it? Play with those. Two. The strike is a 2. So if you're right-handed, it will be a backhand kind of attack. Yep. Exactly.
My fingers.
Yeah.
I think there was one more.
You move this way. John had you moving this way. With
So you put it in, yes.
You can also throw that.
Yeah, okay.
See how I do this? There you go.
I'm learning, I'm doing really well in
Like,
keeping
time
time.
to smack up.
Because you're still in line.
Smack a step on the back, you're in.
Oh, yeah. That's what you see. If you see something, say something.
Oh, that's
So
right.
the other one,
Oh, yeah, that's it.
Wow.
It is, you know, they're 315 and 5. So this one, so this one would be.
Yeah, so this way, that.
We have workshops to do.
I have to
Yeah, but that's what I want to do. Here, and then just stop. Don't hit up. Because if you come in with, if you come in with. Those are I go here. Bam!
All right, so for you?
Yep. I'm gonna be more into a stabbing action with this. Especially if it's coming across the chest. Because this is gonna look like an elephant. It's not.
but it was like you can energy. This way.
I can't do it. So I could just do it scared. Or I could do it. Stop so it's all or not. House.
Yeah, there's the way.
I probably need to choke up. So what happens is this.
You could actually go
with that door.
Because it's so thick and sturdy.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like if you didn't do enough damage, so you're not that close here, I probably push over there to get back up and attack. I try to against somebody his weight.
John, you got your
Unless I know I can the other thing that I probably do is
I don't think so. But
This is considered a Bowie knife.
Oh, this is still considered a Bowie.
Yes. Any kind of.
I got this training.
Yeah, I want to show you guys the difference between tactical.
Yeah, that's a full new training.
This is a training. This would be considered a tactical. So tactical knife would be something
Such fun.
Yes, never did. These are tactical knives. Okay. So you see where we're fighting.
These are military tactical.
Yeah. This is military tactical.
Yeah, it's something here.
But this is a Bowie is what we're dealing with.
Oh, here. I'm used to see the bigger.
So let me go back to you.
Like right in, now we moved the Punisher.
Right.
We pulled that big.
I
A lot of it is.
Okay, so you know how bigger our fighting scenario is here? Where our slings are really big?
Now envelop.
These are
So what I did.
I like to see what, because I know.
so they're not, you know, it's not like what we're doing right now. The bigger ones. Tactical knife fighting is.
Look at that, what's hard? I'm really fascinated. Give me a
Really small areas.
I just closed and reopened it, and it looks fine. But
Well, that gives you an idea.
I like practicing for this, like I know
John.
just do this, but I like to just.
Okay, all right. So, that, well, I mean, there's so much more. We haven't even gotten into cooking or anything like that, even changing the grips on the hawk. And we will. We'll have another one in April. At some point, probably could be in the month of April. But right now, I brought all these and I'm really kind of excited to do them. So how about y'all go get a GunStock Club?
Hang on 1 second. We're talking about the two that.
We talking to that.
Well, we can toss them there. I'll stop right now.
Did we get you our somebody video?
That's what I was just talking about.
battery's about to go on yours.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah, it's been red for quite some time now.
Do you want to switch batteries out then?
But I want to make certain that we've left enough for
I brought my
Diane.
charger, so we can charge up the batteries.
Okay, well, you know, it takes time.
I don't know. That's why. Oh, John.
Oh, there it is. I think it was.
Well, I've got 2 spare batteries. You want me to switch it out now for you, or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, you were back.
And we're back up.
All right. Spent time in my wood shop just for y'all. Great. Awesome. So, the concept of the GunStock Club is the fact that on occasion, hunters would be out in the field, obviously hunting for their food, and if their gun stock were to break, there's not a whole lot of, they can't really repair it out there, so they would toss it and they would pick themselves up under the gun whenever they got into civilization again. Native Americans would find these, and from their perspective, at least early on, before they really started getting indoctrinated, from their perspective, this was a magic stick that went boom and someone died, right? So in their mindset, this had magic to it. So when they would find them, they would take them and craft them to be more club-like. That doesn't take much. You can obviously see the literal rifle shape of it. So they would just sort of cut off and that wouldn't be too colored. Then they would maybe put a spike in here or a couple of spikes up front. The decoration varied. Beads, feathers, so on and so forth. But overall, the general concept was about a half or so of a rifle stock and somewhere along the lines of it, a blade that was stuck in there. Usually flint, sometimes metal, right? So, what we're going to do is we're going to be looking at this kind of concept. Once again, this is not born, nobody, Sitting Bull did not sit down and write out, okay, this is how we use the gun stuff. Cut 1, cut 2, it's not what happened. But we see in their movements, in their dances, in the descriptions of them fighting with these, how they would use these. And then we come up with the concepts of how they're used in general by our own body mechanics, which obviously haven't changed in hundreds of years, right? We haven't grown a third arm or anything along that line, so therefore you have. But so we all are going to be utilizing the same sort of concepts. One of the more interesting things along that line, we were talking about a buddy of mine, Roberto, the Mclemore, if you're familiar with that at all, the Aztec weapon, the precision blades. Yeah. Okay. One of their grips is this. All right, and I'm just kind of like, now this, the handle on it is really long. It could be two-handed, but they use it one-handed. And one of the grips is this, and I'm like, well, son of a bitch. I'm like, why would you do that? And then it's like, well, it certainly helps, right? This kind of motion. And then I thought, because we also see that in the Vikings, but that their hips are small, right? So that makes sense. Because you won't get a full grip around most Viking hilts of the sword.
So this is a foil grip?
It's like a saber grip.
It sounds to me.
Might help coordinate the blade.
Well, and the Germans do it as well. The Germans and the longsword do it as well. I'm like, why? Well, then we were at a museum in Mexico City, and Maruko and I saw one of the Mayan codices, or Aztec codices actually, and there was this white person with red hair sitting with the Aztecs in one of the plates, and I'm like, and they talked to him about the white something, but I can't remember what they the red head something. They had some term for that person in the plate, and I'm like, that's a Viking. I'll bet that is. And now we start to see why you see that sort of Germanic style in their context. I'm speculating, but the concept being is this is how we learn all this type of stuff is by looking through what very little they have written and trying it ourselves. Does that make sense for a Mclemore? Yes, it does. Does it make sense for this one? Don't really need it for this one. This one is a short enough haft to where a baseball grip on it is just fine. Plus the fact is, I'm going to use it predominantly this way, right? I may run with it, I may strike with it like this, but when it comes time to dealing with another weapon, I'm going to utilize that. Now, some of us have a different design than others. Some of us, this is shortened on this end, it's not as easy to grab, but you still can utilize it in that fashion, okay? So, let's look at that. Our cut pattern will not change. It is always going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So let's run through that one. It's going to be a little different because, yes, it's single-handed like your tomahawk. It's also heavy.
A little bit around where the blade faces outward. See how that feels.
Oh, yeah. I got a lot bit more momentum there.
Again, that's another one, is it, like, you can fight with it like this, or you can fight with it like this. It's your choice. I choose this way personally, but then it doesn't matter. It's your call. what you're comfortable fighting with.
Watch out when swinging, child in the way.
Well, if he gets on,
No, big catch.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It's a little bit different than the Hawks and stuff. They're longer.
How much arm movement do you want in this compared to wrist?
Most likely elbow because it's a bit of a beast.
It is a bit of a beast.
Yeah.
You don't want to hyperextend your arm.
Okay, might be the only thing I get out, but no problem, because it's so different than all the other ones. Go on. Now, where are you going from? You've got this energy. So yeah, so I go 1, 2, and then I just, from that, shoot. I didn't know if you were doing a flip or a flourish or what.
Pretty much out there.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, this is.
Now watch. Be very careful as you're doing stuff with this, because if you do that, you will stab yourself with that spike. I've seen someone do it, and it's really fun. Because it was a cold steel one with the knife. Ooh. Good stick. Ow! Maybe next time you won't go so fast.
Yeah. Try not to rest, like I normally rest these on my shoulder, but I know what these are doing me. And I'll have a big orange stain on
I
my
had one that I made a little while. Actually, it was one of the other ones. Maybe it's out. And it, I didn't really, oh, it's yours. The spike on that used to be a different one, and it was thinner and it was softer leather, so it's just kind of like an orca's top thing to get. So when I was making these, I just went ahead and gouged that out and put a new one in. So these are a little more solid. 6.
Hardware, I think.
6.
Yeah,
So from 6, just go ahead and roll that around like, there you go, boom, that's it, perfect. Yeah, these are much thicker leather.
Any evidence they'd actually use the shoulder to accelerate it?
Not that I've come across, but again, there's very little written on any of this, so could we? Sure.
Yeah, well, yes.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
The nice thing is.
I just meant historically if you run across any.
Nobody
Right
wrote
there.
much about it. Most of the white man's writings about fighting the natives were really just about the abject terror of dealing with these savages and their weapons of absolute horror.
GunStock Club is one of my favorites.
But
What about
when they talk about where they got hit, then we get ideas of how they were struck.
I actually,
Yeah.
this is one weapon I have.
Have you found any pictorial evidence of the wounds?
It's like a combination.
No, most of the stuff we get are from camera. Oh, sorry. Most of the stuff we get are butcher's bills. So surgeons reports. That was so helpful in our naval stuff, with our pirate stuff.
Yep.
I mean, they
All the butcher's bills on ships were like, all the cuts were always up in this area here. You know, yeah. So it told us exactly where they were hitting and how it was going.
Try coming up on a deck with a bunch of ropes.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
They thought they were magic.
Well, the natives were good at not wasting anything.
My girlfriend is native and she has just handed me a whole bunch of jawbones that she wants me to turn into tomahawks. That's gonna be fun.
That's good.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's good.
I'm looking forward to that.
Love to see that.
The girlfriend,
They're so opposite, it's awesome.
they will be posted.
On your Facebook page, or do you have a website?
I actually do most of my work that I do on Instagram and I put that out there, but you'll see it.
I'll link it up with my phone when I do it.
Yeah, I'll have to go get it out.
You'll see it, and I think she's intending on me making them and selling them, is my guess.
Okay,
So that's
Your bone knife was nice too, though.
Yeah, that was cool. Okay, so now let's look at our attacks and our responses from this.
Hang on, I gotta grab mine.
Alright.
You want pictures?
Yeah, she's since she's native and when she goes and harvests sweetgrass, they're not allowed to use metal. to cut. It's part of the, so I fashioned an entire Bowie knife out of bone hammer. And it's got a turquoise shield. Yeah, it's great. I got pictures, I'll show you. Yeah, whole thing, there's not an ounce of metal on there, there's nothing, not even a pin.
Love to see that.
All right, so in comes attack one. That's going to be their upper right down to their lower left. Never changes, just like everything else. That attack's going to come in. I am going to oppose it. Okay? I have a lot of options here now in my opposition. Okay? I can roll to that boom and go in that regard. I can roll to the inside if I want. Boom. Take that shot. Again, remember, this is a one-handed, sometimes two-handed weapon, and we're going to use that a lot, so odds are he's not got something in there. I mean, if he does, I'm certainly going to alter what I do, right? If I see a knife in that hand, I'm definitely going to that outside. But if I don't, I certainly can take that shot here. If that left hand comes in like it's gonna, it doesn't matter. Once I shoot him right there in the throat, this is done. Then I rotate back. Okay? I also have this one. That comes in, I take that shot, and right back. Okay? Now, you gotta be careful. Yeah, you gotta be careful on that, because if by chance it was the other way around, I might get that spike in my own chest. If he had it like this and I pushed in, I might go on that own spike. So I gotta be careful about that one. But in general, I absolutely have that possibility depending on where I fall on this. Okay, it's just like our sword work now, guys. I'm on the weak of his blade. The strong of it's down here. So all I have to do at that point in time is push down on that and get in that route, okay? And once I've done that and it slips, then I can do this kind of thing, punch again. Okay? Can I throw it? Yeah, that's great. Last Mohicans, that was brilliant and it was awesome. That better be the last person you're fighting. That's all I'm saying. I get that asked to me all the time. It's like, did you just sort of throw the tomahawk? I'm like, I don't throw my tomahawk. Then I don't have it. Unless, also like in Patriot, it's the last guy. Okay. All right, I'm safe throwing this now, but he's the last one.
Or I have 3 on me.
Right? Yeah. So that's why I don't normally do so. But looking at it from this perspective, that's what we're going to do. Is we're going to rotate that over, right? And boom, punch. Do whatever you want to go that way. You'll see sometimes after I do the first punch, I actually rotate it in my hand so I can get him with the spike. That's perfectly fine, however you wish to do that, right? By the same token, I could punch and then just rotate into a downtown, okay? So, the response is yours. The covering the line is the most important, and immediately giving them something to think about so that you are controlling their time. Got it? All right, play slowly. He's hurting. Even though the spikes aren't metal, it all still hurts. Wood sucks.
Attack and strike is a
One.
Oh, if you do farther. Yes, you can do that one, and then there. I'll open up the open line. Has a
Yep.
Sure. Why not? Let's see, I was gonna go to the inside, but just.
Okay.
Here, and then just across the
market.
Yeah.
My name's
Oh. It's not enough. You did exactly what they did. You kept it outside the box. Okay.
Yeah, I had an extra degree of interest.
It's finally starting not to.
Here, I have a stick on the stain of the month. Until they got enough.
Try to use the time.
You didn't even have to knock it out of the way once you had it down there.
That's true.
Maybe we walk
Absolutely.
I'm gonna try it again.
is when you push, when you push extra time, and you doing it that way with one movement.
Real similar.
All right, one more?
One more.
But rewrite that one now. Okay?
Okay.
As it comes in, I will redirect it. Right? So the attack comes in here, I can do it one-handed, I can do it two-handed, doesn't really matter, right? Two-handed actually would be better. Right? So just take that shot. I'm trying real slow to be careful in that, because even a bump with this hurts like a bitch. Right? So I'm doing the same thing we were doing with the hawk, just up and over to the shoulder, and then take that shot. Okay? Can I redirect it inside? Absolutely. I could redirect it to the inside as well if I want, or rotate it around. Right? The deal is though, if he was doing it one-handed and had something in the left hand. Let's do this. How about this? Once you grab a hawk and knife. Here, actually.
You grab mine.
I don't know where mine is. Oh, it's against the wall.
Right? So now he's coming in with the tomahawk, right? And I'm deflecting that to the inside for some weird reason, and there's that, right? So I'm really going to have to cover that line there, and then the instant that impacts and knocks it, and I will, because this is much heavier than that, and that comes in, right? Notice I didn't knock this down here and then bring that back to do that, because that's a two-time move. So after I beat that to the side there and brought that down here, I just continued that arm motion to pop him in the throat there with the butt end of it. Right? And then I will, or just stick that in his eye, that was right there. Wait for it. Said, let me have his eye. Yes!
Talking to you.
Yes. Got
These
it?
weapons have so many access to so many points on them that just make them deadly.
Got it? So, play with the redirection now as well. It is a little more difficult with this because it's heavier and it's not balanced the same way that the tomahawk is, so it will feel different as you try to do that quickly. But you'll get it. All right? Play.
I know.
I'm sorry about that.
Another guy?
It's all right. Yep.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Still makes me happy.
I thought I caught you.
No, I
have no idea.
You don't take one kid and run
Stop.
Arms, head, front. Let's see if I can get all the way around to the back. Ideal.
This.
All right, I'll give you that.
Do you generally prefer what I call the permanent?
This is making me look good.
That's what I'm doing too. That's just my style.
Okay.
Well,
Reason I am is, it's full. Oh, you get hooked with the crutch. That kind of.
I know that.
And just a slight something, but
Stunt actor.
Right, awesome, right. Yeah.
so I just wondered
I'm just making sure we're.
whether that,
Full blow strike.
The design of the stock itself.
You or me.
Make sure you're on this side of us, because it's going to be mostly this side. You gotta make sure the
This side where
camera.
I
It
go.
looks like a skin. I know.
Yeah.
Ready? You want to do the kick one?
You want to do a kick one?
I like the kick one.
okay.
Hang on.
When you're
Go
ready.
ahead. Nope, gotta redo it. Let's redo it.
Okay, cool.
Alright, ready?
Okay.
Me too. I didn't see it the first time.
We need to take it from a different angle.
Okay.
Oh, you ready?
I'm ready.
Hang on for a second.
But moving, I keep rotating around you. You are moving. Go.
Yeah, why don't you pop that out of the way?
Okay.
Nice job. You're great at that.
Thank you. Let me throw you a few.
There you go, nice.
I'm not gonna kick you, but still.
Okay. This one looks better. I need to be behind you, so you can still not see the. No, but the other one I did, you could see him like missing you by like that much. Yeah, so I'm like, no, that ain't gonna work. Well, we gotta get some information.
Did you or me?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I was like,
Thanks, man.
I'll watch these then. See
Yeah,
that?
my hand right there. They need more either.
We're watching for it.
I'm joking.
Hey, Thane?
Yeah.
My girlfriend's mom.
Yeah, that's true.
When I came down that one time on yours, and right on, I felt it, and I was like, I'll tell them that. I got my ass kicked by a different woman.
Wow. It's the same way, too. Yeah, that's like. It's crazy because usually it would be like T-H-A-I-E-S-A-G-Z.
And I'm glad you made it from much.
Yeah.
Because you had said what, you had 6 or 7, I'm like, wow. And I think we used them all.
He's
He's 9. I think the only one that's in there is full.
See, now I'm always curious to know how the parents got it.
So,
Well, because
these ads
spelled the same way except DW and his contact was in Dylan. You can just put it up. So you can get it outside of
If you went there.
yeah. Ready?
It'll be a good reel for sending people for future classes.
Always happy to help.
Did you ever see any of the police academy movies?
This is a really long time ago.
Well, there was one where.
This is one of the highlights.
We've been talking, we've been doing Tomahawk Knife for what, about 3 months now? And then we're like, okay, we need to start moving into some other GunStock stuff. And
Awesome.
I'm dating myself.
now that John can work with wood, he can make them.
Okay. All right.
No, is it spin?
Yeah, hold up.
2 or 3 of these in and out of a big kind of wood size.
Yeah.
All right, so let's take a look at, we did cut 1, let's look at cut 2. So cut 2 is coming in on this side over here, right? I want to go ahead and take that shot here. I'd like to go down with it so that I'm still on that outside line, but the option to go up and over exists as well. The cool thing about up and over, and I got to do this really slow, right, is that I can actually, as I take that shot there, I can take that face down in the process of rotating and redirecting that line. So I don't really have to worry about that left hand because he's already been flipped in the face, right? And then if I want to, I can shoot that out and, right?
Is that one of
That's cut 2. It's coming in over here.
Oh,
Boom, pop, scrape the face there, punch back. The interesting thing about this weapon is getting that sort of rotation down in there, much like we have with Tomahawk, except for the fact that this is bigger and heavier. So that cool wrist movement with the tomahawk is a little harder to get down with this one. He's got some heft to it. Almost.
Now remember, if you are a sword fighter, friends with knives, you are not cutting with this.
Yeah, no.
You are actually,
Bludgeoning.
yeah, this is a bludgeon weapon. You are not coming up and right. Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
So you don't even wear edge alignment pretty much.
There is no, there's no edge alignment here.
And this is just points, so it's not, I'm not cutting with that either. I really, if I find myself stuck at the point where we're close like this, will I shove it up the women? Yeah, absolutely. If I find myself, but that's not the design of that. That's literally designed for, you know?
Punching.
And I guess the best way I can describe it is rude. Actually, it is. Compared to the tomahawk, she's got a fat ass here, okay? Getting that bitch to move is tough. So you really need that momentum in the process. So stopping that attack cold and then trying to get a good wrist movement out of that is probably not going to happen, or at least not quickly.
Yes.
So that boom, move, and then let that move become part of that is what's going to allow that to actually flow. Does that make sense? Okay, so cut two, coming in, boom, I'm going to take that shot, down, up and in, or I'm going to go up and over and go inside. And if I go inside that, try real hard to give them a little kiss on the way by with the end of that, so that takes care of controlling their time. Got it?
Yeah, yes, you get.
All right, play.
I do like that motion because it keeps you behind the weapon.
Yes.
So even with that,
Keeps you behind the weapon. Where I always want to be.
Can I see the first one more time?
Okay, what do you want?
I mean, you need to see more. Okay. So I can either go inside, in which case I want to hit it in the process, or I can go, I can come down, take that shot there, and then I would take that out.
Okay. There was another,
I'll give you one back.
I just call it it's a regroup, a relocation or something.
Oh, as it came in.
I'm gonna take scratches.
Okay, so as it came in.
Yeah, we're doing
Here. Yeah. Yep. There. I can go on top of this side.
So you guys do that.
So it's just a quick back out of the way for.
Was something you did, I probably didn't even notice it, and I'm like, oh, but I wanna see that thing
It'd
again.
be good for it, just be a straight punch there.
Now you can.
I did not do that.
Oh, no. This is the exercise maybe again.
So on my attack, after I come on contact.
So you can do this
punch
way.
that and then rotate that one there. Wait a minute. I know I'm gonna.
Wait.
Feel that tomorrow. You know?
Give me a second.
Oh.
So I'm gonna come with this one.
Okay. I'll give you one.
Exactly, and that's what then.
So let's have one here, right? Should I go with this one?
Oh, wow.
And now
I mean,
there you go. Hit, like
You're gonna wear yourself out?
Yeah, it is. No, the ground is awesome.
And you this, and everyone's right, it's skip. Push up and sit up,
You know?
but I'll sit there and.
I know I'm flourishing. I'm doing some flourishes, give you an Some people can. It's just kind of.
It's interesting what I'm doing. So, as long as you, I'm a ceiling fan, so as long as I don't She's okay. And I'm just
Oh, don't hit the wrong side.
Oh, nice.
So
I was looking at on the final one here.
Well, this year was like that.
I want to make this, I want to make a mouse.
Smaller area.
well, you're in luck. I'm in County Flat.
Access from the city?
I used to be the world's largest supplier of moose meat for about 12 years. And I was in about 3 or 4 out of there was Craig, and then I was Founder. Anybody you want to say is third, do what you want. You got that third, wonderful. Yeah, I was in okay. That's why I practice, right?
Well, what I was looking at is
My buddy Larry was
talking about.
he works for most
What
mountains
I'm
people.
looking at is when I was at this point here,
Video wasn't yet.
Any of that
transition
here. It came up wrong.
because
And I've got some stuff
what I was looking
at
at, it's down in this position.
the idle jury.
Transitioning.
One of the
goes here, whereas if I
Indiana
just
Museum.
put a stun,
I made
but then
stuff,
I
I sent it to New Jersey and
that, then
That's a perfect way to look at it.
Right, that's exactly.
Also come back.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. As you said, it's but it's the stun that you can then.
I know this slap on the back. So here I'll
I
take
do
you
some
one time.
for 14 years. I played cards for 14 years on the same team, you know? But that's normally I can't stick with them. Good job. But the Filipino stuff, I started good. My mom and dad bought me a little shop. Oh, yeah. See, on that.
Don't leave them locked, get them back.
Okay.
I always kind of keep my feet open.
I have to be reminded of that nice diversity.
When you did your attack, we did to it, lifted that back heel up, so you were off balance. So, all right.
Thanks, bro.
Thank you.
So, why don't we mix it up a little bit? Why don't everybody get a tomahawk and knife and trade out now? Somebody has a tomahawk and knife and somebody has a GunStock Club, and you trade out 10 minutes, 50. Okay. And so you trade out who has what. Right? The tomahawk and knife person should be attacking, so you get used to dealing with defending with this weapon. Right? Cool. So grab pocket knife. Cool. So that everybody's got one. You can use either or. Yeah, you can both. Pocket knife and your GunStock Club. More weapons to have.
Alright, so what do you want to start with? Well, I'll let you have GunStock. I'll start with this.
You can do anything you want right now.
I brought the other hand, I'll let you know that the other hand is still in motion. Yeah,
I'm just gonna throw like another wall.
I'm not doing fast, but at least I'm still letting you know that's not.
Okay, hold for a second. So, when you are dealing with two weapons specifically, right? You want to, as much as you can, you want to use this two-handed. Okay? So the attack comes in, right? And I got this here. Now that knife is going to come in fine. Okay? But if I don't start out with this two-handed, right, I'm really not going to have that option to do this kind of stuff. So if I had done that single-handed at first, I probably wouldn't catch that in time. Right? But the fact that it was tightened right here allowed me to just go, really? That's coming? No. Got it? So, at times you almost use it like pool, but be careful of that blade. But just take that shot. But start it out two-handed, I think you'll find you have a lot more flexibility to deal with their other weapon when you do that. Play.
So action. All right.
Well, all right, you can try to hold that.
Yes, again.
Right now I'm just trying the weight. I don't think that's ain't gonna stop, okay? I mean, that's just gonna even if I try,
I'm sorry. I held the button down. Just like 3 seconds.
See how easy that is?
you gotta complete the move. Because I almost missed because you got coming forward. I mean, obviously but I also have to do it for you to complete the move. So if you do get hit, it's kind of my fault.
I mean, she's small. But it was being unsafe. It was, but it was like.
And then maybe you will step out and time and attack him, right? If you do something,
Okay, that sounds good.
push into it.
So, okay. Okay, hold for a second. So, if I'm defending with hawk and knife against this beast, I'm not gonna try that. It's probably gonna break my arm. I mean, no, even reinforced, it's just not. So in that regard, as that comes in, I'll still do the parry. But that's all I'm dealing with. I'm not gonna vote unless, right, because we learned physics in school. I come in way down the arm here, where the power is less, right? Everybody understands the laws of physics. The power here is much less than the power down here, okay? So if I come into the arm, then I can stop that and rotate, bring it down just like we were down beforehand. But if I try to take that at the end of that, that's gonna hurt. I'm probably breaking that off, okay? So either deflect parry those or try to come in and smother that up in the arm. Otherwise, you're in trouble. Right? It's just like you don't ever take, if you're gonna block the kick, you don't try to take that kick at the far end. You step in and take it up here where it's not gonna hurt as much. If we do it, what time is it? Okay, so 5 more minutes of this and then we'll sit down and have an AA. Go ahead. Oh God, somehow, somebody does.
I obviously can't.
I was gonna say you can't.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Move first, or at least go at the same time.
You can do like an eagle and then.
You're moving.
He said don't be there. Yeah, that's fine. If you don't move, you're fixing it down there. But that way, if it doesn't go your way, at least you're not there.
There you go, yeah, nice.
Now, as soon as he gets 2 hands on it, it's a different animal.
Right.
I don't think you can do that.
Yeah, you can knock it out of the way.
Two-handed.
Oh, yeah, you can knock it out of the way. Yeah, because what he did was he sidestepped it. Yeah, that would be fine.
That whole way.
Yep, that'll work.
I'll win. So I'm gonna attack you.
Okay.
For her, then. Alright, I'm attacking you now. Alright, now it's you.
Oh, nice. Oh, that was a good one.
Good one, Frank.
Lock this to the, you'll notice John locks it out to his hip because that the extra is coming leverage off your hip. Rather than as it is on the there's no frame lock.
So go to your frame and then that's when you bleeds. That's when so slice out.
Oh, you did that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
To make sure it didn't break.
Well, I didn't do it purposely, it was just done. Sure. So had a saber.
That one, I mean, it's the fun one.
I didn't.
I don't know. I tried to take it. Even if it's dropping out of my
I've been
hand.
using that for demos.
If it's, if we've already been in and traded, and now they're here you come. Then maybe, then it's because you've already got, you've been stomped on you, that's it's a thought process.
These are so much more realistic.
It's like computers, zeros and ones,
And I know
quick,
this.
I can
He just asked me. Okay, so you
I
can
think
no,
two
that's
things at the same time.
You said this. You did.
Split second, while you're going on, that's the only thing on your mind. Split second, so that's where it sets you up for later, because that's a thought process. Boom! Blank shit for a second.
At least that's what I believe.
Yeah. That's what I believe.
Okay, so the problem we had here, go ahead and do
Stab you in the
that.
back.
Okay. Cool, right? So, and then that knife came in. So you were trying to do that, but then that opened up the axway, right? So sidestep this way and take him with the butt to the head there. Now you go ahead. Got it? Okay. Sure. Yeah, there you go.
Awesome.
Yes, yes. 2 minutes. 2 more minutes.
Supposedly,
That's a heavy one. Go ahead.
I wonder if there's
That's
any,
one of the heaviest ones we got.
you know,
Yes.
in other arts. Go ahead and get where I could actually, this one's got the spike, but it's like, I just wonder, it's only gotta be a few seconds. I would not want to do this. Right, yeah.
Read it out and shoot.
That would be your hand.
Yeah, right.
Okay, cool.
As I get older.
Well, that's why I need a tiger strike, because that tiger will. Beautiful.
Okay, all right.
Okay, he's got the line.
Before we go AAR here, I said earlier that there's only 3 things you can do in defense, and that is opposition, redirection, and ranging. I said the Incas had a 4th, but they lied. So let me explain what I mean by that. The Incas have 4 different things to do in terms of dealing with an incoming attack. There is bloqueo, which is our opposition. That's a complete block of their power with my power. There is desvio, which is their redirection, right? There is esquive, which is their ranging. They also have something called empate, which is, so he comes in on an attack, right? And I attack into it, and I pound into that, stopping it cold. I lump that into our opposition because it makes sense that it goes there. So is there 4? Yeah, technically, it's an attack into their attack, which we're very familiar with in fencing and Gima and whatnot. But really, to my opinion, that is opposition. That is my power going into their power and stopping it cold. So that's how why I say Incas have 4, but it's still really 3, right? So let's all have a seat.
Everybody grab a seat.
Thank you so much. You're welcome. All right, so Colonel Mclemore, whose system you are learning now, used to always sit us down because he had a military background, obviously being colonel. Every time we would do class, he would sit down, we would do after action review, just because that was sort of drilled into his being. So And an after-action review is really nothing more than, okay, what did you learn, or what did you get out of it, and or even what confused you to no end? You know, what question do you have that just didn't quite get answered in the process? Is also perfectly acceptable point to bring up in an AA. Okay. So you want to start here, John?
Yeah, I still had some struggling. I struggled a bit with the number 8 because I wasn't exactly sure how I was supposed to do it correctly. Is what the kind of question?
Either or. Yeah, no, absolutely.
Okay.
Right? It can be that way. It can be this way. It doesn't. It's just an upward movement.
Okay.
Right? And that's typically used, as you saw many times now, in the deflect period.
Mm-hmm.
That's an 8. That's all it is. Boom, bring that 8 up and you know. 8's never an attack that I actually go for.
Mm-hmm.
I don't go for it. But as a matter of fact, Alfred Hutton, who wrote on Military Saber, 1883 or something in that neighborhood, flat out doesn't even put the 8th cut in because that's not cricket. You don't cut it before,
Yeah.
right? So that's the kind of the way that people are looking at it. That's not something I do in an attack, but I sure as hell will use that in upward motion to get yours out, your blade or your weapon, whatever, out of the way. Right?
I pretty much understood everything that was going on. Each class brings more clarity.
Yeah, you're getting smoother. You're getting smoother. So you feeling better about it?
Yes, I am.
Good. Good. Excellent. Excellent.
Frank's just always perfect at what he does. So.
It wasn't really much anything. The GunStock is awesome stuff. I love that. But doing that tunnel I've done a long time, and I just love doing it, and I just love hearing your perspective on things and the different instructors, and you know, the way you approach it. I love that. I just enjoy doing it. So I had a really great time.
Good. And, you know, as we progress, as we continue on these particular classes, we will be sort of shifting focus. Like this next class in April, we might spend more time on hooking or whatever. So we'll be focusing on various different things. We'll always be doing the sort of frontier stuff. I say that now, but God, I can't wait to teach you guys Mayan conch shell boxing, because that's evil as shit. Awesome. Oh, that's fun stuff, right? Yeah, literally putting conch shells on your hands and going at it. That's horrifying crap. But it's fun. So things like that is, that's the intention, is I might bleed what we have in here into a little bit of the Mesoamerican stuff, because that's a whole different animal and lots of fun. Yeah. So, but we will continue through the knife and the tomahawk and things like that, and we'll be focusing on one more than the other. I try, 4 hours is a very short time. I try to focus as much as I can, but there will be times when I'm like, okay, next session we're going to really get into with these two weapons.
Awesome. Good. A little trouble just because I'm used to mirroring the numbering system switching. You know, this is a 1 and this is a 1.
Right.
It's the same motion, just different hand. It's how I learn. So, have to do some practice. And,
that's fine.
In a fight, I wouldn't worry about it.
Nope, nobody cares.
That's a different thing. But as far as trying to do it the way you want to show me,
He will never get up and say that wasn't a 1. I'm not dead. Cool. Good. Keep working at it.
I really like the decision tree, contemplation tree analogy. And so, like, I was kind of familiar with like cutting patterns, but I don't know it by heart. So it's kind of interesting to like just dive into swinging weapons around and having stuff come at you. And so I'll try to contemplate and then deciding. And like I'm just absorbing it all. It's like, okay, I don't have like it's not like we were going through footwork and like kind of building up little tiny blocks just to dove in, but
I think it also helps to give people the confidence that, hey, I can do something in a split second without having to stutter in the process. And that confidence lends to being willing to go further and then be confident that so on and so forth. And sooner or later, you do end up at the decision tree, your body just does it, And sometimes as your body is going from the contemplation to the decision tree, it doesn't choose the right one. And you realize it, or maybe it chose the right movement, but your feet weren't right. Because we don't spend 6 weeks doing drilling footwork, because that's the point. But it'll come in time also. Plus the fact is I learned after 20 years of doing this, your footwork and your footwork are not going to be the same because you're not the same person. So while I drill footwork, I might be drilling you to do footwork that puts you off balance. I really would rather you find that balance yourself and get that down. I do actually an entire class specifically on the combat theory book I did. I basically do the book in class, and it's not about a specific weapon, it's about the theory of combat from the ground up. That helps a lot, and I usually tend to do that first, and then I go to the specific weapon.
It translates to everything.
It does, because it translates to absolutely every weapon.
His
there
book is online. Get it. It's
on Amazon, Combat Theory, John Lennox.
it makes total sense. It really does. It'll actually change your whole theory of how you fight.
Oh, that'd be cool.
It means
What if you use it?
No, it doesn't change anything.
I'm working through the I'm working through my Sidearms Hustler there.
I thought it was interesting, the mixed weapons and thinking about the different strategies in terms of applying the techniques and trying to work through, just against Tomahawk in the club compared to Tomahawk and Knife. That was interesting. And I found my mind going to, gee, how would a spear fit?
Oh, just a moment. Let me finish this with chat for a second.
Just gaining more confidence and more clarity, figuring things out of like doing it. Okay, now I can kind of feel I have to move this way to do this instead.
You keep second guessing your contemplation.
So is it not too small?
It's a smart trick. Let it go. For what you were saying, at Combat Con this year, and if you guys are going to Combat Con, you should really rethink your life choices.
Yeah, known when it was right here.
Steve Huff and I will both be there teaching. Both of us are the prodigies of the Colonel. And we are teaching his frontier system. So you will get Tomahawk and Knife. You will get GunStock Club. You will also get those versus infantry saber and versus bayonet. So there's your spear, just a little short, but yeah, we're going to go, this is what you would have found on the frontier. You would have found military saber. You would have found people with rifles and bayonets because we're just out of various wars, the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, right? You would have found GunStock clubs. You would have found tomahawks and knives. You would have found just knife. So all of these are going to be taught in and amongst one another, and then at the very end of it, we're going to do a tournament where you get to choose whichever one you want. You go into fight your tournament battle, you decide what weapon you want, you have no idea what they're going to choose, and you go. So it's not this, if I say namby-pamby, I don't mean that in a bad way. It's not this, you have longsword, I have to have longsword too, and they should both do the same thing. No. This tournament is going to be, you walk in with what you got in your hand, and they walk in with what they got in their hand, and good luck to you.
That's where your combat theory.
Yes. Yep. So it's going to be tons of fun.
So a 20-inch Confederate D-guard?
Yep, that would be acceptable.
When and where?
It will be in Vegas at the end of July, 20th through the 23rd or something in that neighborhood. Yeah, combatcon.com, just look it up online and you'll find it. That's also one of the largest HEMA tournaments in definitely in the United States.
It's come that way the past couple of years.
Yep, it has. So it's a great time. Lots of some of the best instructors from all over the world are there, and it's always fun to be at. So if you can make it, definitely come. And our tournament, our track is going to be shit tons of fun. So we'll see how things go. Anybody have any other questions?
Is there a machine HEMA spring picking?
I haven't been involved in years. I can't tell you.
Spring chemo.
There used to be a picnic every spring.
It was in Bologna, wasn't it? Or something like that. Yeah.
That was always held in the fall. I still think it is.
I
thought I saw something on the spring HEMA just a few days ago.
I'll send you out.
I had a great time. This is awesome.
Oh, I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did. I'm a very old school person, and I grew up under HEMA. Not under HEMA, I'm sorry, under Western Martial Arts, which was a separate branch. HEMA, there's HEMA and Western Martial Arts. Western Martial Arts started late 90s. HEMA picked up around early 2000s-ish or something like that.
I know all about them.
Yep. And I had a long conversation with RJ out from Southern. Yep. A long conversation with him when we were in Mexico together. And I said, look, what is the deal between the two? What's the beef? What's the rift between the two and why? And he said, well, a lot of your HEMA people are like, Western martial arts people don't do tournaments, so we don't know that they can fight with one of them. I'm like, look.
Don't know if that's true.
That's what he said at that time. And I said, okay, well, here's the thing. From a Western martial arts perspective, HEMA grew up in tournament. They started in tournament, and that was their core.
Oh, yeah.
So an instructor can fight in a HEMA tournament, and no one has beef about it. Western martial arts didn't. They were instructors and they were students, and that's the way it was. You and an instructor run into a tournament, the students get pissed because the instructor's in the tournament, there's no way they're going to win. As an instructor, if you go in there and you lose a tournament, no one wants to train for you because you lost against a student. There was a no-win situation here that none of us wanted to be a part of. And he went, holy shit, I never thought about it. Of course not, because you guys started in tournament and everybody accepted instructors in it and nobody questioned these things. Or it was a different mindset.
An instructor isn't always going to win.
Right, and so he went, wow, okay. And I'm like, if you want us to know if we can fight, by all means ask us to demo and we will. Sure, and you'll see what we can do. And so it was a very interesting concept, but nonetheless, very rarely do Western martial arts instructors get asked to teach at HEMA events. So you probably won't see me at most teaches HEMA stuff. Stevie Fick is one of the few ones that has kind of crossed both.
And I think that's a failing though, right?
Yeah.
HEMA's gotten a lot of drama and stuff. And I don't even really.
There's the diehards that they didn't come from a tree, so they didn't exist.
Well, that and just some people that there's just a lot of egos and stuff. And I've been with it for a while, and I still do HEMA, but I don't appreciate the HEMA alliance.
The Chicago Swordplay Guild were WMA. They originally,
Right.
They
still kind of are.
Yeah.
They're still kind of on the outskirts of HEMA.
Right.
But HEMA's got a lot of people who think HEMA is kind of like, you know.
I think they're kind of getting that.
Yeah, that's
you
why.
need to grow up kind of thing or whatever.
That's why I stepped away from it, and I'm a lot better for it.
I think they have some wonderful instructors. I have some very, very good friends because the one HEMA event I do get asked to is my friend Roberto because he was one of my students. He grew up in WMA also, but became a huge HEMA instructor in Mexico. He always brings me into his short camp from Mexico. So this is where I get to meet like Julian Schutz and all these major instructors, and they hang with me and they fight with me and they're like, oh wow, you guys do know your shit. Like, wow, really?
Right.
Yeah, but it takes a moment for them to go, holy shit, you guys know your shit. Yes, but we're not going to fight the tournament because there was a reason for it. I told you, but now they're just so old. I'm not gonna lie, I don't want to get hit like that anymore. Fuck that.
Well, and, like I teach some buoy and stuff too, and they kind of poo-poo it, or they kind of snub their nose at it, like, well, we don't know if that's real HEMA. It's like, well, kind of is, and they're not open to other interpretations unless it's tournament or.
It also depends on the community. Like, I got invited to the Brass Fog Military Saber Tournament out in New England, and I went out and taught Kane from Barditsu.
Yeah.
And they loved it so much. It was like, oh, you need to bring more things back with you.
Right. As far as the buoy, it's effectively, I know it's weird to say this, but it's effectively a short messer.
Yeah.
It's really all it is, guys. And the style doesn't change a whole lot. You've got a little more measure on me with a messer than I do with a buoy. And if I do it in reverse grip, it's dagger. It's your medieval dagger. So honestly, guys, get off your hind horse about it. That's just the way it is.
Well, I mean,
Or
again,
anything that can stab like other people.
exactly.
Yeah, and you're very aware that, I mean, yes, Bowie is kind of more American, Americana, but where did that originate? Spanish, German, English backsword?
They're elements of Baja in it.
I have my own pet theory. Jim Bowie and his brother were really active in New Orleans.
Yep.
And so was Jean Lafitte, the pirate. And
Pepe Lua?
Bowie was convalescing and hanging out with Jean. And the Manila men there's lots of documentation for Filipinos being in New Orleans. And I think Bowie seen some stuff from the guys on Lafitte's boat and added it to his repertoire. That's his mind.
He had a couple of, like,
I got it up.
one documented.
But I have this blade,
Sandbar rule.
and I mean, it's a 1/4 inch thick. It's got a couple little, it looks like it caught an edge a couple of times, but it's a 1/4 inch thick pistol paper, differentially hardened. It's got a hollow bone handle that puts everything for that linear, I call it the Bowie wrap, James Keating calls it a linear thrust or something, but I was reading about that on a blog about the first time, internet, and there was no Facebook or anything. You emailed something in, and then the next day you read to see the answers, and then you emailed something in, screen and digest and stuff, but James had this Bowie wrap thing or he called it linear thrust. I read about that. I pulled that off on my instructor the very first time I tried it. Went right off his goggles. I was like, shit. I didn't mean to.
Speaking of dagger, I don't know if you noticed or not, the colonel, before he passed, when I went and tested for my expert knife training, he retired at that point. And he gave me most of his stuff, and another guy most of his stuff. And one thing he gave me was all of his work on Myers dagger.
Awesome, yeah.
And so I didn't do anything with it for years. Then he passed, and I'm like, oh shit, because I was going through some of the stuff that I had. And to talk with his widow, to say, yes, I've got this, or I've got this, or this. And I came across that, and like, damn, he told me to do something like that like 8 years ago. Shit. So I finally scanned it in and retyped everything in, and so now his work on Meyer Dagger is available on Amazon. Check it out.
It does. It says Colonel Mclemore and also
Yeah, if you look for my books, it'll be in there because I edited it and I put it up there, so you'll find it.
I'll look forward to that.
Yeah, it's a cool.
I
book.
love Meyer Dagger too. Meyer Dagger too.
And if you have the Colonel's books, you know that the illustrations are so clear.
Oh, his illustrations are fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, Colonel was amazing, man.
The one problem I had was he accidentally did the same text for 2 different plates. And what I then had to do was I had to go through and find the actual German text for that plate, translate it so I knew what it said so I could fix his text because he screwed it up.
Yeah, that's not that you can do that.
It was shitty. But
that's cool.
Yeah, so it was kind of
Meyer Dagger's fun. Meyer's great art.
Yeah, and it was a labor of love. He's got usually their plate, he's played in it, and then he's got his drill action in it and that kind of stuff. I think you'll enjoy it. It's a good book.
Sweet. No, I'll work for it.
So we got to wrap it up. Sorry, I babbled way too much. We will have another session in April. I'm not certain exactly a date yet, but we'll get that out. Keep looking to this event page, I guess, for it to be updated. And
once I get with Chris, and then I get he has the freedom of telling us when we can actually.
And so, thank you very much. And so we're on to the new session. Oh, I want to show you that picture you said you wanted to see the vote.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
I love this.
Are we on the county?
So,
Yeah, actually.
Well,
They have an event.
you were doing it, John, or doing it?
no, the studio.
Chris, what time's your event at?
What?
What time's the event at?
Which?
One after this?
Well, the setup for it's at 2:30,
Yeah.
but the event's at 7 in the evening. But there's a lot of, the whole floor has to be taken up and 60 chairs put down and.
I thought this was 10 to 4.
No, it was 10 to 2. It was originally, I think I put up 11 to 4 or something like that, or 11 to 2.
Well, it's just, you know, I brought the baby creams and stuff, and I just didn't know if we had time to look at any of it or.
I don't know, figure it out. My son's asleep, so.
Essentially, they're gonna come in here and take out your car, so.
A bow? Ooh, that is.
I got rid of that.
What's your,
Yes. Those of you who paid online, you're all set. Otherwise, come see me.